Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The candlelight flickered across the sparse wooden desk as Chains reviewed the transportation manifest for tomorrow's operation. The pages contained names, ages, and designations, clinical details that reduced human lives to administrative categories. Each entry represented families that would be separated, lives redirected according to Legion efficiency protocols. Their quarters reflected the austere functionality valued by Caesar's Legion: a simple bed with military office blankets, a wooden chest containing personal belongings, and this desk where the administrative work of human processing was conducted. No decorations adorned the walls, no personal photographs or mementos. Such attachments were discouraged among Legion personnel. The room felt particularly quiet tonight, with only the soft scratching of Chains's pen against parchment as they made notations on the manifest. Outside, the temporary holding facility maintained its usual evening rhythm: guards conducting patrol rotations, administrative staff completing their daily reports, the distant sounds of conversation from the processing areas where tomorrow's subjects waited. Chains had built their reputation on smooth, efficient operations over the past 5 years of service. While other slavers relied on brutality and intimidation, they understood that cooperation yielded better results than resistance. Their methods produced higher survival rates during transport, fewer escape attempts, and generally satisfied their superiors, who valued results over spectacle. This reputation had earned them assignments to increasingly valuable operations. Rather than processing hostile raiders or desperate outcasts, they now handled more complex situations, requiring diplomatic skill alongside administrative competence. Their success rate in managing peaceful surrenders had made them particularly valuable for operations involving organized communities. The manifest before them represented their most significant assignment to date: a stable farming community with valuable skills and resources. Such operations required careful handling to preserve the human assets while ensuring proper integration into Legion systems. Brutal methods would waste valuable expertise and create unnecessary complications during process. The manifest for tomorrow showed 43 individuals from the farming settlement of Verdant Springs. Unlike their usual targets, hostile raiders or stubborn communities that resisted Legion expansion, this group had surrendered peacefully upon their approach. The settlement's leader, an elderly man called Sage, had negotiated surrender terms specifically to protect his people from unnecessary violence. Preliminary reports from their advanced scouts painted an unusual picture. Verdant Springs had achieved remarkable stability in the harsh post-war environment, developing sophisticated agricultural techniques and maintaining pre-war knowledge that most communities had lost. Their surrender negotiations had been conducted with dignity and practical wisdom, rather than the desperate bargaining typical of such situations. Tomorrow's work would follow standard Legion protocols. Children and young adults would be transported to training facilities where they would learn useful skills and Legion loyalty. The elderly would be assigned to light labor duties appropriate to their capabilities. Adults in their prime years would be distributed to various work details throughout Legion territory. These protocols had been developed through years of experience managing human resources efficiently. Immediate family separation prevented attachment-based resistance during transport. Geographic dispersal eliminated potential for organized rebellion. Age-appropriate work assignments maximized productive capacity while minimizing security risks. Chains had implemented these procedures countless times without question. They represented sound administrative practice developed through institutional experience and refined through practical application. The emotional cost to processed individuals was regrettable but necessary for maintaining order within Legion territory. Yet something about tonight's preparation felt different, though they couldn't identify the specific source of their unease. Perhaps it was the unusual dignity reported in the community's surrender, so different from the fear or anger they typically encountered. Perhaps it was recognition that this operation would process genuinely valuable human resources, rather than desperate survivors. Chains closed the manifest and extinguished the candle, but sleep came less easily than usual. Mental images of tomorrow's work intruded on their rest. Administrative procedures that had become routine, yet somehow felt more significant tonight. The morning would bring another operation, but the approaching assignment carried weight beyond mere bureaucratic completion. Dawn arrived with the measured precision of military routine. Chains joined their transport team at the staging area, where wagons and guards were prepared for the day's operation. The facility served as a temporary holding station where new acquisitions were processed before transportation to their final assignments. The staging area bustled with purposeful activity as Legion personnel prepared for the day's operation. Transport wagons received final inspections, wheels checked for wear, harnesses examined for security, supplies loaded according to journey requirements. Guard details reviewed their assignments, while administrative clerks organized documentation for processing procedures. Chains observed this familiar routine with professional satisfaction. The facility operated with the efficiency that characterized successful Legion installations throughout Caesar's territory. Each person understood their role, each procedure had been refined through experience, and each operation built upon lessons learned from previous assignments. The morning briefing was conducted by Iron, their immediate superior, whose casual competence in managing human resources had earned respect throughout the Legion's administrative structure. Iron approached their work with the same practical efficiency others might apply to managing livestock or inventory. Necessary tasks performed without unnecessary sentiment. Iron's office reflected the same austere functionality found throughout Legion facilities. Maps marked with processing locations, schedules documenting transport rotations, and files containing operational reports created an atmosphere of administrative competence. Their desk bore the organized arrangement of someone who approached complex logistics with systematic methodology. Standard processing protocols apply, Iron explained, consulting their own administrative notes. The community leadership negotiated peaceful surrender, which simplifies our logistics considerably. No hostile elements to manage, minimal security concerns during transport. Iron spread a detailed map across their desk, indicating the settlement's location and optimal transport routes to various destination facilities. Their finger-traced paths that had been carefully planned to minimize travel time while ensuring proper security protocols throughout the journey. The settlement elder, designated as sage in our records, showed particular wisdom in accepting Legion authority, Iron continued. His cooperation prevented unnecessary violence and demonstrated the benefits of submission to Caesar's will. Such leadership should be acknowledged appropriately during processing. This recognition carried specific implications within Legion administrative practices. Community leaders who facilitated smooth operations earned respectful treatment rather than harsh discipline. Such pragmatic approaches reflected Legion efficiency. Cooperation was rewarded, resistance was discouraged, but competent administration avoided cruelty where it served no productive purpose. Iron's briefing continued with detailed logistics information. Weather forecasts favored travel conditions, road security reports indicated minimal threats along planned routes, and destination facilities had confirmed capacity for receiving their assigned subjects. The operation promised to proceed with the efficiency that marked successful administrative planning. Chains nodded acknowledgement, understanding both the explicit instructions and the underlying expectations. Their reputation for handling complex operations with minimal complications had earned them this assignment. Success would reflect well on everyone involved in the planning and execution of the processing procedures. The transport convoy departed shortly after sunrise, following well-maintained Legion roads toward Verdant Springs. The journey provided time for Chains to review the community profiles their advanced scouts had compiled. Unlike the desperate settlements they usually encountered, this farming community had achieved remarkable stability in the harsh post-war environment. The convoy consisted of 6 wagons, accompanied by appropriate guard details and administrative personnel. Each vehicle had been configured for specific transport requirements, reinforced designs for security, adequate ventilation for passenger comfort, and storage capacity for supplies needed during multi-day journeys to destination facilities. Chains traveled in the lead wagon with other administrative personnel, using the journey time to review detailed scouting reports. The documents painted an impressive picture of post-war recovery and adaptation. Verdant Springs had not merely survived the harsh realities of wasteland existence, they had created something approaching pre-war civilization standards. Verdant Springs had developed sophisticated agricultural techniques, water management systems, and craft specializations that produced surplus goods for trade. Their population included skilled artisans, experienced farmers, and educated individuals capable of teaching useful knowledge. From Legion perspective, this represented valuable human resources, requiring careful handling to preserve their productive capacity. The settlement's technological achievements were particularly noteworthy. They had restored pre-war irrigation systems, maintained functional electrical generation, and preserved specialized knowledge that most communities had lost during the centuries following the Great War. Such capabilities represented exactly the expertise Legion expansion sought to incorporate. Most intriguing were reports of their educational system. Rather than the basic literacy and numeracy found in most settlements, Verdant Springs maintained advanced instruction in mathematics, sciences, and technical skills. Their school produced individuals capable of complex problem-solving and specialized craftsmanship, assets that would prove valuable throughout Legion territory. The community's social organization also demonstrated unusual sophistication. Rather than the tribal structures or autocratic leadership common to most settlements, they had developed democratic institutions with elected leadership and participatory decision-making. Such political maturity had enabled their peaceful surrender negotiations. Trade relationships extended their influence throughout the region. Verdant Springs served as a hub for agricultural products, manufactured goods, and technical services that other communities couldn't provide for themselves. Their economic network represented connections that Legion expansion could utilize for improved regional administration. As morning progressed toward midday, the convoy approached hills that marked the boundary of Verdant Springs territory. The landscape showed immediate evidence of their agricultural expertise: terraced fields that maximized growing area, irrigation channels that efficiently distributed water, and crop selection that balanced nutritional needs with soil conservation. The settlement came into view as the convoy crested the final hill, approaching their destination. Clean, well-maintained buildings surrounded organized fields where crops grew in neat rows. Solar panels and wind generators provided electrical power, while carefully tended gardens demonstrated the community's agricultural expertise. This represented civilization successfully rebuilt from post-war chaos. The architectural planning reflected both practical necessity and aesthetic consideration. Buildings were positioned to maximize natural lighting while providing protection from harsh weather. Streets followed logical patterns that facilitated efficient movement of people and goods. Public spaces included areas for community gatherings and children's activities. Most striking was the absence of defensive fortifications. While most settlements bristled with walls, guard towers, and weapon emplacements, Verdant Springs appeared to rely on diplomacy and trade relationships for security. Their peaceful surrender reflected this philosophy, understanding that cooperation often achieved better outcomes than futile resistance. Evidence of their prosperity was visible throughout the settlement. Well-maintained equipment in agricultural areas, quality construction materials in buildings, and the general cleanliness that characterized communities with sufficient resources for maintenance beyond mere survival needs. These people had achieved more than subsistence existence. Children played in designated areas under adult supervision, their laughter carrying across the settlement with the carefree quality rarely heard in the harsh post-war world. Their games showed imagination and creativity rather than the survival-focused activities typical of most wasteland communities. This suggested childhood experiences that included education and development beyond basic survival skills. Sage emerged from the community's administrative building as the Legion convoy approached. An elderly man whose bearing reflected decades of leadership experience, he moved with the careful dignity of someone accustomed to managing complex negotiations. His presence calmed the visible anxiety among his people as they gathered to witness the transition. His appearance reinforced the reports of Verdant Springs' unusual sophistication. Clean clothing in good repair, grooming that suggested access to adequate sanitation facilities, and the confident posture of someone accustomed to being heard and respected. This was leadership based on competence rather than mere authority or intimidation. "I am Sage, elected leader of Verdant Springs," he announced, addressing Chains directly. "We have prepared for peaceful transition to Legion authority as negotiated. Our people are ready for processing according to your requirements." The formal courtesy impressed Chains despite their professional detachment. Most community leaders either cowered in fear or blustered with empty defiance when faced with Legion authority. Sage demonstrated neither weakness nor false bravado, instead showing the practical wisdom that had likely enabled his community's success. Behind him, other community members maintained similar composure. Adults stood with protective awareness of their families, while children stayed close to parents without the panic typical of such situations. Their behavior suggested leadership that had prepared them honestly for this transition, rather than offering false hope or creating unnecessary fear. Chains acknowledged his cooperation with appropriate respect. Your preparation is noted and appreciated. Standard processing will commence immediately. Cooperation from community leadership will ensure efficient completion with minimal disruption to your people. The initial sorting began with methodical efficiency. Legion personnel established processing stations where residents were catalogued according to age, skills, and physical condition. Administrative clerks recorded personal information while medical personnel conducted basic health assessments to determine appropriate work assignments. The processing stations operated with practiced competence developed through years of such operations. Each station served specific administrative functions: initial registration, medical evaluation, skill assessment, and preliminary work assignment. The systematic approach ensured thorough documentation while maintaining efficient workflow. Medical evaluations revealed the community's excellent overall health status. Unlike most wasteland settlements where malnutrition and disease were common, Verdant Springs showed evidence of adequate nutrition, preventive health care, and sanitary living conditions. Such health quality increased the value of these human resources significantly. Skill assessments proved equally impressive. Rather than the basic capabilities found in most settlements, these people demonstrated advanced knowledge in agriculture, craftsmanship, education, and technical maintenance. Many possessed specializations that would be valuable throughout Legion territory for improving productivity and capability. What immediately distinguished this operation from previous assignments was the community's behavior during processing. Rather than the desperate clinging or angry resistance typical of such situations, families took time to say proper farewells. Parents offered final advice to children, elderly relatives shared wisdom with younger generations, and neighbors exchanged meaningful embrace. The organized nature of their goodbyes suggested preparation and acceptance rather than sudden trauma. Families had clearly discussed this transition, prepared emotionally and practically for separation, and focused on maintaining dignity throughout the process. Such maturity was rare in Chaines's experience with community processing. Children showed particular composure, accepting comfort from adults while demonstrating understanding of their circumstances. Rather than the confused terror typical of such situations, they displayed the emotional preparation that came from honest communication about their future. This reflected the community's commitment to truthfulness over false comfort. Adults demonstrated similar emotional maturity, focusing on practical concerns rather than futile protest. They asked informed questions about transport procedures, work assignments, and communication possibilities. Their approach reflected the same practical wisdom that had enabled their community's success and peaceful surrender. Most poignant was the relationship between Sage and a young girl of perhaps 8 years, clearly his granddaughter, though their exact family connection wasn't immediately apparent from the processing documentation. The child, designated in Legion records as Ember, remained close to her grandfather throughout the sorting process, her small hand clutching his weathered fingers. Their bond was evident in small gestures, how Sage unconsciously adjusted his position to shield her from the morning sun, how she seemed to draw courage from his calm presence, how they communicated through glances and gentle touches that spoke of years spent in each other's company. This represented the type of family connection that made efficient processing more complicated from an administrative perspective. The relationship clearly went beyond typical family ties. Ember's behavior suggested that Sage served as her primary caregiver, while his protective instincts indicated parental rather than merely grandparental responsibility. Such close bonds created potential complications during the separation required by standard processing protocols. Chains observed their interaction with growing interest. The child's unusual composure seemed directly related to Sage's calm presence, while his own emotional stability appeared to depend on her well-being. This mutual dependence suggested that separation would affect both individuals more severely than typical family processing. During the midday break in processing procedures, Chain found opportunity to observe the community's social dynamics more closely. Unlike most settlements, where processing created panic and disorder, Verdant Springs maintained remarkable organization throughout the administrative procedures. Community members who had completed their individual processing provided support and information to those still awaiting their turn. Experienced adults offered guidance to confused children, while elderly residents shared practical advice about adapting to new circumstances. This mutual support continued despite their own uncertain situations. Sage moved throughout the processing area during break periods, offering comfort and practical counsel to community members facing difficult transitions. His leadership instincts remained strong even under these circumstances, providing stability and guidance when his people needed reassurance about their future. His interaction with Ember during these breaks revealed the depth of their relationship. She followed him closely as he moved among community members, occasionally contributing her own observations or questions that demonstrated intelligence beyond her years. Their communication showed the easy familiarity of people who had spent significant time together. When Sage spoke with parents about their children's futures, Ember listened attentively to his advice and reassurances. When he counseled elderly residents about adapting to work assignments, she remained quietly at his side, absorbing lessons about resilience and adaptation. Her education was continuing even under these difficult circumstances. The child's behavior impressed Chains with its maturity and composure. While other children showed various reactions to their circumstances, some crying, others asking anxious questions, many simply appearing overwhelmed, she maintained calm attention to the proceedings. Her stability seemed to provide reassurance to other young people facing similar uncertainty. Chains realized that Ember's composed behavior was directly linked to Sage's consistent presence and calm guidance. She drew strength from his steady demeanor, while his own emotional stability was clearly enhanced by her brave response to their circumstances. Their mutual support created emotional resilience that benefited both individuals. As afternoon processing resumed, Chains noted increasing efficiency in administrative procedures. The community's cooperative behavior and organized approach simplified documentation, reduced security concerns, and allowed personnel to focus on thorough assessment rather than behavioral management. Such cooperation was rare and valuable. The efficiency gains prompted Iron to visit the processing site personally, observing operations with the professional interest they brought to all administrative innovations. Their presence indicated recognition that this operation was proceeding with unusual success, warranting direct supervisory attention. Excellent management of a complex processing operation, Iron noted to Chains during their brief consultation. The community's cooperation and your administrative approach are producing efficiency gains that should be documented for training purposes. Such recognition carried significant weight within Legion administrative hierarchy. Iron's approval suggested that Chains' methods were not only successful, but worthy of replication in similar operations. Professional advancement often resulted from demonstrated competence in handling complex assignments with innovative approaches. Standard Legion protocols demanded immediate separation to prevent attachment-based resistance during transport. Families that remained together during initial processing often became problematic later, attempting escapes, refusing work assignments, or developing organized resistance that disrupted facility operations. Immediate separation eliminated such complications through established administrative procedure. These protocols had been developed through institutional experience with thousands of similar operations across Legion territory. The procedures represented accumulated wisdom about managing human resources efficiently while maintaining security requirements. Emotional attachments, while understandable, created operational complications that effective administration sought to minimize. Iron approached chains as the sorting process continued, consulting their clipboard with the focused attention they brought to all operational details. Their movement through the processing area reflected professional interest in every aspect of the operation, from administrative efficiency to security protocols to subject cooperation levels. Processing proceeds smoothly, they noted with satisfaction. We should complete sorting within 2 hours, begin transport by early afternoon. Weather conditions favor travel, road conditions are optimal for efficient movement to destination facilities. Their tone carried satisfaction with operational efficiency, the professional pride of competent administrators whose careful planning eliminated complications. Iron's approach to human resource management emphasized practical results over emotional considerations, methods that produced consistently successful outcomes within Legion systems. The administrative checklist on their clipboard included dozens of specific requirements for successful processing operations. Each item represented lessons learned from previous assignments, refined through experience and codified into standard procedures that ensured consistent quality regardless of personnel changes. Administrative note, Iron added, indicating specific entries on their documentation. The elderly male designated as Sage and the juvenile female designated as Ember show strong attachment indicators. Standard separation protocols should be implemented immediately to prevent transport complications. Their observation reflected professional expertise in identifying potential problems before they affected operational efficiency. Strong family attachments could create difficulties during transport, at destination facilities, and throughout the integration process. Early intervention prevented such complications from developing. Chains nodded understanding, though something about the pair's quiet dignity made the usual administrative procedures feel unusually stark. Professional competence required following established protocols regardless of personal observations, yet they found themselves paying closer attention to the family dynamic than such details typically warrant. The separation procedure would be conducted with the same methodical efficiency applied to all administrative requirements. Ember would be escorted to the children's processing area while Sage joined other elderly residents awaiting their work assignments. Both would receive appropriate preparation for their respective destinations and transport requirements. Yet as Chains observed their continued interaction during the final minutes before separation, they noted the unusual quality of the relationship. This went beyond typical family connections. It represented mutual dependence that had clearly sustained both individuals through difficult circumstances. Such bonds were rare and valuable, even if they complicated administrative procedures. The separation was conducted with routine efficiency. Ember was escorted to the children's processing area, while Sage was directed to join other elderly residents awaiting their work assignments. Both accepted the transition without vocal protest, though the child's distress was evident in her increasingly pale complexion and the way her small hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. The physical separation was accomplished smoothly, with administrative personnel guiding each individual to their appropriate processing area with professional competence. Security measures were implemented discreetly to prevent any potential disruption, though neither Sage nor Ember showed inclination toward resistance or dramatic protest. Ember's reaction to separation was immediate and concerning from a medical perspective. Her composed demeanor shifted to withdrawn silence. Her active participation in processing procedures ceased, and her physical responses suggested the onset of psychological distress that could complicate transport requirements if left unaddressed. The children's processing area was designed to provide appropriate supervision and comfort for young subjects awaiting transport to training facilities. Qualified personnel managed the area, with combination of firm discipline and basic care, ensuring adequate nutrition, sanitation, and security while maintaining efficient processing workflows. However, Ember's withdrawal from interaction created immediate administrative concerns. She refused to respond to direct questions about her dietary preferences, medical needs, or educational background, information essential for proper placement at her destination facility. Her silence complicated the thorough assessment required for optimal assignment. Sage maintained his dignified composure throughout the process, offering gentle words of encouragement to other community members undergoing similar separations. His behavior reflected leadership instincts that persisted even under these circumstances, continuing to provide stability for his people despite his own evident distress at being separated from his granddaughter. His own processing proceeded efficiently, with administrative personnel documenting his agricultural expertise, educational background, and physical capabilities. His advanced knowledge of crop cultivation, soil management, and agricultural planning made him valuable for assignments requiring specialized expertise rather than mere manual labor. Yet his constant glances toward the children's processing area revealed his emotional state, despite his outward composure. His hands moved restlessly when he wasn't consciously controlling them, and his responses to administrative questions occasionally required repetition before he could focus attention on providing requested information. The elderly processing area maintained appropriate standards for subjects requiring specialized consideration due to age and physical limitations. Comfortable seating, adequate medical monitoring, and efficient documentation procedures ensured proper evaluation while respecting the dignity appropriate for community elders. Other elderly residents from Verdant Springs showed similar concern for the children's welfare, their own processing complicated by worry about younger community members facing uncertain futures. Their questions about family members often required redirecting to focus on their own administrative requirements, rather than circumstances beyond their control. As afternoon progressed, the efficiency of overall processing operations became evident. Despite the emotional challenges inherent in family separations, the administrative procedures continued on schedule with minimal disruption. Professional competence and systematic methodology ensured successful completion of required documentation and evaluation processes. However, medical personnel in the children's area reported growing concerns about Ember's condition. Her refusal to eat or drink, combined with her complete withdrawal from interaction, suggested psychological distress that could affect her health during transport. Such complications required administrative attention to prevent more serious problems. That evening, as Chains completed their administrative duties, they found themselves returning repeatedly to observations of the grandfather and granddaughter. Professional competence typically meant maintaining emotional distance from such details, focusing on operational efficiency rather than individual circumstances. The processing facility settled into its evening routine as administrative work concluded for the day. Final documentation was completed, security protocols were established for overnight supervision, and personnel rotations were arranged to ensure continuous monitoring of all processing areas throughout the night hours. Chains conducted their customary end-of-day inspection of all processing areas, reviewing conditions and addressing any issues that might affect overnight operations or morning transport preparations. This routine evaluation served both administrative requirements and professional due diligence in ensuring optimal facility management. In the children's area, they observed Ember sitting quietly apart from the other young residents. While other children showed various reactions to their circumstances, some crying, others asking questions, many simply appearing confused, she maintained an almost eerie stillness. Her food ration remained untouched beside her, and she hadn't spoken since her separation from Sage. The sight troubled Chains more than they expected. Professional experience suggested that such withdrawal typically indicated more serious psychological distress than more dramatic emotional displays. Children who stopped eating and communicating often developed health complications that interfered with successful transport and placement. Medical personnel had noted their concerns about dehydration and malnutrition if her condition continued. Transport schedules allowed little flexibility for extended medical treatment, and destination facilities preferred to receive subjects in good health rather than dealing with complicated recovery requirements upon arrival. In the elderly section, Sage sat with similar quiet composure, though his constant glances toward the children's area revealed his own distress. Despite his dignified acceptance of the situation, his concern for Ember was evident in every unconscious gesture, the way he turned his head at sounds from her direction, how his hands moved restlessly when he wasn't consciously controlling them. Other elderly residents had approached him throughout the evening, seeking guidance and reassurance about their own circumstances. His natural leadership abilities remained strong, providing comfort to community members facing uncertain futures. Yet his own emotional state was clearly affected by separation from his granddaughter. The administrative reports compiled during the day confirmed the overall success of processing operations. Documentation was complete, medical evaluations were satisfactory, and preliminary work assignments had been determined for all subjects. Transportation arrangements were proceeding on schedule for morning departure to various destination facilities. However, the evening medical reports included concerns about several subjects whose psychological responses to processing were affecting their physical condition. Ember's case was noted as particularly concerning due to her complete withdrawal from interaction and refusal to maintain adequate nutrition or hydration. Chains reviewed these medical concerns with professional interest, recognizing potential complications for transport operations. Subjects in poor physical condition required additional medical support during travel, consumed extra resources, and sometimes experienced health emergencies that disrupted schedules and diverted personnel from other duties. Yet something about this particular situation penetrated the professional detachment they had cultivated over years of similar operations. Perhaps it was recognition that their separation served administrative convenience rather than genuine security necessity. Perhaps it was simple acknowledgement of the obvious love between them. The facility's evening routine continued around them as Chains completed their administrative review. Security patrols maintained vigilant observation, medical personnel provided necessary care, and administrative staff prepared documentation for morning transport operations. The professional competence evident throughout the facility reflected well-established procedures refined through years of experience. Yet something about their quiet suffering penetrated the professional detachment they had cultivated over years of similar operations. Perhaps it was recognition that their separation served administrative convenience rather than genuine security necessity. Perhaps it was simple acknowledgement of the obvious love between them. Sleep came difficultly that night, interrupted by mental images of Imber's pale stillness and Sage's carefully controlled grief. Chains had processed hundreds of families over their career, yet none had created such persistent disturbance of their usual professional equilibrium. Morning brought the routine bustle of transport preparation, but Chains approached their duties with unusual attention to certain administrative details. The manifest showed Ember assigned to a training facility 3 days' journey northwest, while Sage was designated for agricultural work at a settlement 2 days southwest. Standard dispersal protocols that prevented family reunification. During the final inspection before departure, Chains observed that Ember's condition had worsened overnight. She remained motionless in the same position, her food still untouched, her silence now complete rather than merely selective. Medical personnel noted dehydration concerns and potential transport complications if her condition continued deteriorating. Sage's own distress had intensified correspondingly, though he maintained outward composure while answering questions from other elderly residents who sought his guidance. His leadership instincts remained strong, but the obvious cost to his emotional well-being was becoming evident in small physical signs. Trembling hands, shallow breathing, constant vigilance toward the children's area. As the transport convoy prepared for departure, Chains made their first small adjustment to standard protocols. Rather than loading the elderly residents first as usual, they modified the sequence to allow Sage a brief glimpse of Ember as her group was loaded. The change required minor scheduling adjustment, but no violation of established procedures. The modification was implemented with professional discretion, appearing to be routine logistical adjustment rather than special accommodation. Transport efficiency often required last-minute changes to loading sequences based on vehicle capacity, security considerations, or weather conditions. Such flexibility was expected from competent administrative personnel. The moment of visual contact produced immediate response from both grandfather and granddaughter. Ember's eyes found Sage across the staging area, and for the first time since separation, her rigid posture relaxed slightly. The recognition seemed to penetrate her withdrawn state, creating a spark of awareness that had been absent since their separation. Sage offered a gentle wave and encouraging smile that seemed to restore some spark of life to her withdrawn demeanor. His own posture straightened, with visible relief at seeing her responsive to his presence, though both understood the temporary nature of this contact before final transport to their respective destination. The exchange lasted only moments before transport logistics required attention elsewhere, but its impact was unmistakable. Ember accepted assistance, entering her assigned wagon without resistance, while Sage's own cooperation with boarding procedures showed renewed composure. A small administrative adjustment had produced measurable improvement in both subjects' transport readiness. The medical personnel noted the positive change in Ember's condition with professional interest. Her increased responsiveness, improved posture, and cooperation with boarding procedures suggested that the brief contact had alleviated some of the psychological distress that had been causing physical symptoms. The transport convoy departed on schedule, with all subjects properly secured in their assigned vehicles and guard escorts maintaining appropriate security protocols. Administrative efficiency had been maintained while accommodating individual circumstances that served operational objectives. During the first day's journey, Chains found themselves paying unusual attention to various small details that typically remained beneath conscious notice. How spacing between wagons could be adjusted to allow visual contact between family groups without compromising security. How meal timing could be coordinated to permit brief supervised interactions during rest stops. The road conditions favored steady progress toward various destination facilities, with weather remaining clear and security threats minimal along established Legion routes. Transport schedules allowed for appropriate rest stops that balanced human needs with efficient travel requirements. These observations remained theoretical until the midday rest stop, when Chains noticed Ember's continued refusal to eat despite obvious hunger. Medical concerns about dehydration and malnutrition during transport created legitimate administrative justification for intervention. Ensuring adequate nutrition among transport subjects was standard Legion policy. The rest stop was conducted with typical Legion efficiency. Wagons were positioned for security, subjects were allowed appropriate movement and refreshment under proper supervision, and guard details maintained vigilant observation of potential escape attempts or disciplinary problems. Most subjects accepted their meal rations gratefully, understanding that adequate nutrition during transport served their own interests as well as administrative requirements. The food provided met established standards for quantity and quality, designed to maintain health during travel to destination facilities. However, Ember's continued refusal to eat created medical concerns that required administrative attention. Children's nutritional needs during transport were particularly important, as growing bodies could not sustain extended periods without adequate food and water. Her deteriorating condition threatened transport success. The solution came through creative interpretation of existing protocols. Rather than forcing consumption through disciplinary measures, Chains arranged for Sage to assist with meal distribution in the children's area. His presence provided the comfort needed for Ember to accept food, while his experience with childcare proved useful for managing other young transport subjects. The administrative justification was sound, utilizing available expertise to improve transport efficiency while addressing medical concerns about inadequate nutrition. That the arrangement also provided emotional comfort to distressed family members was incidental to its primary practical purpose, at least according to official documentation. The improvement in both subjects was immediate and measurable. Ember began eating regularly, showed increased alertness, and demonstrated better cooperation with transport procedures. Sage's own emotional stability improved correspondingly, and his natural leadership abilities proved useful for maintaining order among both elderly and children's groups. Over the following days, Chains continued making small adjustments that served both administrative efficiency and humanitarian considerations, scheduling modifications that allowed brief family interactions during rest stops, seating arrangements that permitted visual contact between wagons, work assignments that utilized Sage's experience with childcare while maintaining proper supervision protocols. Each modification was carefully documented with appropriate administrative justification. Improved nutrition among transport subjects, reduced security incidents through better cooperation, enhanced transport efficiency through utilization of available expertise. The humanitarian benefits were never mentioned in official reports, though they were evident to anyone observing the reduced stress levels among all family groups. Ian noticed the operational improvements with professional appreciation, commending Chains for innovative approaches that enhanced transport efficiency while maintaining security protocols. The reduced medical issues, better cooperation from subjects, and smoother overall logistics reflected well on administrative competence. Your methods show considerable insight into human resource management, Ian observed during their evening briefing, utilizing available expertise while maintaining proper authority structures. Such approaches should be documented for training purposes with other personnel. The recognition felt different than usual professional acknowledgement. While Chains took pride in operational efficiency, their recent innovations had been motivated by considerations beyond mere administrative competence. They had discovered that small acts of compassion could coexist with professional duty, without compromising either. As the transport convoy neared its destination, Chains faced the approaching end of their extended contact with these particular subjects. Standard protocols would distribute family groups to their assigned facilities, after which administrative responsibility would transfer to local personnel. Their opportunity for continued small interventions would end with successful delivery. The prospect created unexpected reluctance to complete the assignment. Though professional duty remained paramount, these people would face new adjustments in their assigned placements, separated from the family connections that had provided stability during transport. Their future well-being would depend on local administrators whose approaches might differ considerably from the methods Chains had developed. During the final evening before arrival, Chains took the unusual step of conducting individual consultations with key transport subjects. Ostensibly, these meetings served administrative purposes, gathering feedback on transport procedures, documenting any concerns that might affect successful placement, ensuring smooth transition to local authority. The conversation with Sage revealed the depth of wisdom that had made him an effective community leader. Rather than expressing anger or resentment about their circumstances, he focused on practical concerns about adaptation and the well-being of his fellow residents. His primary anxiety centered on Ember's ability to adjust to training facility life without family support. She's never been separated from home before, he explained with quiet concern. Strong child, intelligent and adaptable, but she draws security from familiar relationships. The training facility staff may not understand her particular needs without background information. His words reflected the same protective instincts that had led him to negotiate peaceful surrender rather than risk violence against his people. Even under these circumstances, his focus remained on others' well-being rather than his own situation. Such leadership quality deserved recognition within Legion systems that valued competent administration. The meeting with Ember proved more challenging, as she had returned to selective communication since learning of the approaching final separation from her grandfather. However, she responded to direct questions about her interests and capabilities, revealing intelligence and curiosity that would serve her well in training facility placement. "I help grandfather with the gardens," she explained softly. "I know about soil testing and seed selection and harvest timing, and I can read really well, and I like mathematics for calculating fertilizer ratios and crop yields." Her knowledge impressed Chains, representing educational advantages that would be valuable in agricultural training programs. Proper documentation of her existing skills would ensure appropriate placement that utilized her capabilities, rather than beginning with basic instruction she had already mastered. That evening, Chains spent considerable time preparing detailed transfer documentation that went beyond standard administrative requirements. Rather than simple age and health records, they compiled comprehensive profiles noting individual skills, educational background, family relationships, and behavioral observations that might assist receiving personnel with successful placement. Such detailed documentation exceeded normal procedures, but it served legitimate administrative purposes. Proper initial placement reduced later complications from mismatched assignments, improved integration success rates, and reflected well on transport personnel who provided thorough preparation for receiving facility. The convoy reached its destination the following morning, beginning the final phase of transport operations. Receiving personnel from various facilities arrived to collect their assigned subjects, conducting brief administrative transfers before departing for their respective location. Chains supervised these transfers with particular attention to ensuring proper documentation handoff. The comprehensive profiles they had prepared were delivered with explanations of their significance for successful placement. Most receiving personnel appreciated the additional information, recognizing its value for their own administrative responsibilities. The moment of final separation between Sage and Ember required careful handling to prevent disturbance that might complicate other ongoing transfers. Chains arranged for their individual departures to occur simultaneously, allowing a brief farewell under proper supervision before their respective transport teams departed in different directions. The farewell was conducted with the same dignity both had maintained throughout their ordeal. Sage offered final words of encouragement and practical advice, while Ember accepted his guidance with the composed maturity she had developed over their weeks of separation and reunion during transport. "Remember what we learned about growing things," Sage said gently. "Seeds need good soil, proper water, and patient tending to flourish. You have everything necessary to grow strong and capable wherever you're planted." Ember nodded understanding, her small hand briefly squeezing his weathered fingers before she turned to follow her assigned transport team. Both maintained their composure until their respective wagons departed, though observers who knew them could recognize the emotional cost of this final separation. As the last transport vehicles disappeared into the distance, Chains completed their administrative duties with unusual thoughtfulness. The successful completion of this assignment had demonstrated that efficient operations could coexist with humanitarian consideration without compromising either objective. Their experience with Sage and Ember had revealed possibilities for conducting necessary duties with greater attention to human dignity. Small adjustments to standard procedures, creative interpretation of existing protocols, and recognition of individual needs could improve outcomes for everyone involved without violating Legion requirements. The administrative reports they filed emphasized operational improvements and efficiency gains rather than humanitarian considerations, but future assignments would benefit from lessons learned during this transport. They had discovered methods for maintaining professional competence while preserving space for human compassion within rigid institutional systems. Most significantly, they had learned that small acts of resistance against institutional cruelty could be conducted through careful adherence to administrative procedures rather than dramatic rebellion against authority. Working within the system to minimize harm while maintaining necessary function offered sustainable approaches to moral conscience. As evening settled over the transport facility, Change reflected on the subtle transformation their perspective had undergone during this assignment. They remained committed to professional duty in Legion service, but with enhanced understanding of how compassionate administration could serve both institutional and humanitarian objectives. The work would continue, as it must, within the realities of Legion territory. However, future operations would benefit from the recognition that efficiency and humanity need not be opposing objectives. Small spaces for dignity could be preserved within even the most rigid systems through careful, persistent attention to individual needs within established procedures. Tomorrow would bring new assignments, different challenges, and fresh opportunities to apply lessons learned from their time with the people of Verdant Springs. The administrative methods they had developed would serve them well, providing templates for conducting necessary duties with maximum attention to human welfare within institutional constraints. As sleep finally came that evening, Chains carried with them the quiet satisfaction of work conducted with competence and conscience. They had discovered that professional duty could serve humanitarian objectives when approached with wisdom, creativity, and persistent attention to preserving human dignity within necessary but difficult circumstances. While Chain settles into their transformed understanding of administrative compassion, elsewhere in Legion territory, another story unfolds of identity and belonging. Join us next for the tribal integration. The pre-dawn darkness filled Copper's quarters in the Legion barracks, their breathing steady in the measured rhythm of someone accustomed to military routine. Their eyes opened naturally moments before the scheduled wake signal, internal timing adjusted to Legion schedules after 2 years of structured living within Caesar's territory. The barracks itself reflected the austere functionality valued throughout Legion territory. Stone walls built to endure centuries, narrow windows designed for defense rather than comfort, and sleeping arrangements that emphasized order over individual privacy. These structures housed hundreds of absorbed tribal members, undergoing various stages of integration into Roman civilization. They rose silently from their regulation cot, feet finding the cold stone floor with practiced quiet that avoided disturbing nearby sleeping quarters. The barracks maintained strict noise discipline during rest hours, another aspect of Legion order that had become second nature through daily repetition and institutional reinforcement. Adjacent sleeping areas contained other former tribal members at different stages of integration. Some had arrived recently, still showing visible signs of cultural shock and adjustment difficulties. Others had completed years of service, their behavior indistinguishable from natural-born Legion citizens, except for subtle details that only shared experience could recognize. Morning ablutions followed the prescribed pattern established for all Legion personnel. Cold water from the communal basin, regulation soap distributed weekly, and grooming standards that reflected military precision. Each action performed with the efficiency expected of soldiers serving Caesar's vision of renewed civilization. The communal washing area provided opportunity for brief observation of other tribal members, though direct communication about cultural topics remained dangerous. Subtle gestures, careful glances, and shared moments of recognition created networks of understanding that operated beneath official notice. Yet beneath this surface compliance, Copper maintained private rituals that connected them to their tribal heritage. Silent prayers spoken in their native tongue while washing, gratitude offered to ancestral spirits for another day's survival, and recognition of natural cycles that predated Legion conquest by countless generations. These private moments required constant vigilance against discovery. Legion authorities understood that complete cultural erasure was impossible, but they maintained strict policies against organized tribal practices that might reinforce non-Roman identities or create competing loyalties within their ranks. The morning prayer ritual had evolved over 2 years to become more subtle and secure. Originally, Copper had whispered tribal invocations openly, but experience had taught them to conduct such practices entirely in mental silence, while maintaining appropriate focus on Legion-approved activities. Their footlocker contained regulation equipment arranged precisely according to inspection standards. Legion-issued clothing folded to exact specifications, weapons cleaned and maintained per military protocol, and personal items limited to approved necessities. The arrangement reflected institutional discipline and personal competence. The clothing itself told the story of their transformation from tribal member to Roman citizen. Traditional garments had been replaced by standardized legion uniforms that eliminated visible markers of cultural identity. Even undergarments followed regulation patterns that ensured consistency across all personnel, regardless of background. Their weapons bore the standard markings of legion manufacture, though Copper sometimes traced the metal with memories of tribal weapons crafted through different traditions. The functional efficiency of Roman equipment was undeniable, yet it lacked the spiritual significance and personal connection that had characterized their original arms. Hidden beneath the false bottom they had carefully constructed lay small tribal artifacts that represented their true identity. A carved bone needle inherited from their grandmother, dried herbs gathered from ancestral lands before absorption, and a piece of painted hide bearing symbols that told the story of their people's connection to the land. The bone needle represented generations of skilled craftsmanship, carved with traditional patterns that conveyed cultural stories and spiritual significance. Its practical purpose in clothing repair provided perfect cover for its deeper meaning, as connection to ancestral knowledge and traditional skills. Dried herbs served both practical and cultural functions. Some provided flavoring for bland legion rations, while others carried medicinal properties known to tribal healers. Most importantly, their familiar scents triggered memories of homeland and family gatherings that sustained emotional connections across physical separation. The painted hide fragment represented the most dangerous item in their concealment, as its symbols would be immediately recognizable to Legion authorities as tribal religious content. Yet its presence provided spiritual anchor that maintained their sense of identity despite constant pressure toward cultural assimilation. These concealed treasures required constant vigilance to protect from discovery during routine inspections. Legion authorities understood the psychological necessity of limited personal possessions, but maintained strict policies against items that might reinforce non-Roman cultural attachments or tribal loyalties. Copper had learned through careful observation which inspection officers paid closest attention to personal items and which conducted their duties with mere procedural completion. Such knowledge enabled strategic timing of concealment activities and provided early warning of potentially problematic scrutiny. The false bottom construction had required months of careful work, using traditional techniques learned during their tribal childhood. The skill involved in creating undetectable concealment demonstrated the practical value of cultural knowledge, even when applied to activities that Legion policies officially discouraged. Morning inspection protocols varied depending on current security concerns and administrative priorities. Routine inspections focused on cleanliness and organization, while security sweeps included detailed examination of personal possessions and concealment possibilities. Understanding these patterns enabled appropriate precautionary measures. The morning inspection passed without incident, as it had for hundreds of previous days. Copper's arrangements met regulation standards, while successfully concealing evidence of their ongoing connection to tribal heritage. Competent compliance with Legion requirements provided protection for private preservation of cultural identity. Breakfast in the communal mess hall followed established routine with practiced efficiency. Legion personnel gathered in designated seating arrangements based on unit assignments and rank hierarchies. Conversations remained focused on official duties, training schedules, and operational requirements, rather than personal topics that might reveal non-Roman attachments. The mess hall architecture emphasized functionality over comfort, with long tables that accommodated maximum personnel in minimum space. Food service operated with military precision, providing adequate nutrition while reinforcing institutional hierarchy through serving protocols and seating arrangements. Legion rations represented practical nutrition rather than cultural cuisine, designed to fuel physical performance while eliminating regional or ethnic food preferences that might reinforce non-Roman identities. The standardized meals created uniformity of experience across diverse populations within Legion territory. However, Copper had learned to supplement regulation meals with carefully selected items that provided familiar flavors without violating official policies. Herbs purchased at trading posts, when used sparingly, could transform bland rations into something approaching traditional tribal cuisine. Copper participated in mess hall interactions with appropriate professionalism, contributing to tactical discussions and acknowledging directives from superior officers. Their integration into Legion structure appeared complete from external observation, a successful example of tribal absorption into Roman civilization. The conversations around them provided valuable intelligence about Legion operations, personnel policies, and administrative decisions that might affect their circumstances or those of other absorbed tribal members. Such information required careful mental recording without obvious attention that might attract suspicion. Yet they listened carefully to casual conversations for information about other absorbed tribal members, families separated during processing, and news from territories where their people might still maintain independent existence. Such intelligence gathering required subtlety to avoid suspicion of divided loyalties or unauthorized communication networks. Morning conversations often included complaints about training difficulties, speculation about future assignments, and discussion of career advancement opportunities within Legion hierarchy. Copper participated appropriately while filtering information for details relevant to their private concerns about family members and cultural preservation. The seating arrangements occasionally brought them near other individuals whose behavior suggested possible tribal backgrounds, though direct inquiry remained dangerous. Subtle observation of eating habits, reaction to specific foods, or response to certain conversational topics sometimes provided clues about shared experiences. Recognition of others with similar backgrounds created complex emotions: relief at not being alone in their circumstances, anxiety about potential security risks if connections were discovered, and careful hope about possibilities for mutual support and cultural preservation through coordinated but concealed activities. The morning training session included weapons practice, tactical instruction, and Latin language development. Copper demonstrated competence in all areas, their natural adaptability and intelligence enabling successful mastery of Legion requirements. Their performance records reflected consistent improvement and reliable service. Training facilities reflected Legion commitment to professional military development, with practice areas designed for multiple combat scenarios and instructional spaces equipped for both group instruction and individual skill development. The quality of equipment and facilities impressed even those accustomed to tribal military traditions. Weapons practice revealed the sophistication of Legion military doctrine, emphasizing disciplined formation, fighting over individual combat techniques. The Roman approach required subordinating personal fighting instincts to collective tactical requirements, a transformation that challenged many absorbed tribal members. Copper's tribal background had included practical education in hunting, combat, and survival skills that provided foundation for military training, though the applications required significant modification to meet Legion standards. Individual initiative and environmental adaptation needed channeling into structured tactical responses. Latin lessons proved particularly valuable not only for Legion integration, but for understanding administrative procedures, legal concepts, and cultural expectations that governed daily life within Roman territory. Language mastery opened opportunities for advancement while providing practical tools for navigating complex institutional systems. The language instruction included not only vocabulary and grammar, but cultural context that explained Roman social structures, political concepts, and philosophical approaches to civilization. Such education provided insight into Legion worldview while creating appreciation for Roman achievements. However, Copper made careful effort to practice their tribal language during private moments, maintaining fluency through mental exercises, silent recitation of traditional stories, and memory practices that preserved linguistic connections to their cultural heritage. Such preservation required constant vigilance against the natural erosion of unused skills. Tribal language practice included not only vocabulary maintenance, but preservation of cultural concepts, storytelling traditions, and spiritual terminology that carried meaning beyond literal translation. These elements represented essential connections to worldview and identity that Latin education could not replace. The weapons training revealed capabilities that impressed Legion instructors, who noted Copper's natural coordination and tactical instincts in their performance evaluations. Their tribal background had included practical education in hunting, combat, and survival skills that translated effectively to military applications. Physical conditioning requirements emphasized endurance and strength development appropriate for extended military campaigns. The training regimen challenged even those accustomed to physically demanding tribal lifestyles, requiring adaptation to different movement patterns and energy conservation techniques. Combat instruction included both individual weapon skills and formation fighting techniques that required coordination with other Legion personnel. The transition from individual combat approaches to group tactical requirements represented one of the most challenging aspects of military integration for former tribal members. Bronze, their primary instructor, approached training with genuine dedication to helping absorbed tribal members succeed within Legion's structure. Unlike some personnel, who viewed integration as necessary burden, Bronze recognized the potential value of tribal knowledge and capabilities when properly channeled toward Roman objectives. Bronze's teaching methods demonstrated understanding of the psychological challenges faced by absorbed tribal members, offering encouragement and practical guidance that acknowledged their backgrounds while focusing on successful adaptation to Legion requirements. Their approach balanced institutional demands with individual needs. The instructor's office reflected years of experience with cultural integration challenges, containing reference materials about various tribal customs, language guides, and documentation of successful integration approaches that had proven effective with different cultural backgrounds. "Your marksmanship continues improving," Bronze noted after the morning session, reviewing Copper's target scores with professional satisfaction. Natural coordination, steady hands, excellent spatial awareness. These abilities serve Legion interests well when developed through proper training and discipline. The evaluation included detailed analysis of Copper's progress in various skill areas, noting particular strengths in reconnaissance, individual combat, and tactical awareness that reflected their tribal background. Such assessments influenced assignment decisions and advancement opportunities within Legion hierarchy. Such recognition felt complicated for Copper, who appreciated Bronze's sincere efforts while recognizing the cultural erasure inherent in proper development. Their tribal skills were valued only insofar as they could be channeled toward Roman purposes, divorced from the cultural contexts that had originally shaped them. The complexity of their situation required constant mental balancing between gratitude for fair treatment and recognition of the systematic elimination of their cultural identity. Bronze's kindness made the process more bearable, while not fundamentally changing its underlying nature. Training evaluations were recorded in official personnel files that influenced future assignment decisions and career advancement opportunities. Copper understood that successful performance created possibilities for specialized roles that might provide better opportunities for cultural preservation through official channels. The mid-morning break provided opportunity for the day's most important activity, the carefully coordinated visit to the trading post, where coded communications maintained connection to scattered tribal family members. This routine required meticulous timing and subtle execution to avoid suspicion. The timing of these visits required careful coordination with training schedules, duty assignments, and security protocols that might restrict movement or increase surveillance. Copper had developed sophisticated understanding of routine patterns that created opportunities for private activities. The route to the trading post required passing through several checkpoints where Legion personnel monitored civilian movement and commercial activities. Familiarity with guard rotations and administrative procedures enabled navigation of these security measures without attracting attention. The trading post served multiple communities throughout the region, providing legitimate business cover for information exchange among people whose movement was otherwise restricted by Legion security requirements. Merchants, crafters, and settlers created natural camouflage for more sensitive communications. The facility represented one of the few spaces where tribal and Roman cultures intersected naturally, as commerce required accommodation of diverse needs and preferences. Such commercial interactions provided cover for cultural exchanges that would be impossible in purely military or administrative context. Copper approached the trading post with appropriate casual interest, examining goods and engaging in normal commercial conversation that provided cover for more significant exchanges. Their behavior appeared routine to any casual observer, just another Legion soldier making personal purchases during authorized free time. The merchant stalls included vendors from various cultural backgrounds, creating diversity that made tribal association goods and conversations less conspicuous. The commercial environment provided natural explanation for interest in items that might otherwise attract suspicion in military contexts. Rain, their tribal cousin, operated a small jewelry and crafts booth that provided perfect cover for their communication network. Their legitimate business brought them throughout the region on regular basis, enabling contact with scattered tribal members while maintaining acceptable civilian identity within Legion territory. Rain's business had evolved over the years since tribal absorption to serve both practical and cultural functions. Their crafts provided income and legitimate civilian status, while incorporating traditional designs and techniques that preserved cultural knowledge through commercial applications. The jewelry displayed at their booth included pieces that appeared decorative to casual observers, but carried deeper meaning for those sharing tribal background. Traditional patterns, specific stone combinations, and construction techniques conveyed cultural information while serving commercial purposes. Their craft techniques demonstrated adaptation of traditional skills to meet market demands while preserving essential cultural knowledge. The ability to create items that served both economic and cultural functions represented successful navigation of complex circumstances that many absorbed tribal members faced. The coded communication system they had developed demonstrated sophisticated planning and cultural knowledge. Patterns in bead arrangements conveyed information about family members. Specific plant combinations indicated tribal movements or gatherings. and seemingly casual conversation carried deeper meanings understood only by those sharing cultural background. The development of the communication system had required months of careful planning and testing to ensure security while maintaining effectiveness. The codes drew upon traditional tribal knowledge about symbols, patterns, and natural signs that would be meaningless to Legion authorities, but clearly understood by tribal members. The system's sophistication reflected the intelligence and determination of tribal communities to maintain connections despite official policies designed to eliminate such bonds. The network represented collective effort involving dozens of individuals across multiple Legion installations and civilian communities. These turquoise pieces are particularly fine this season, Rain mentioned while arranging their display, fingers positioning stones in patterns that indicated recent contact with tribal elders still living in independent territories beyond Legion control. The arrangement conveyed news about extended family, current conditions, and plans for maintaining cultural connections. The turquoise arrangement followed traditional patterns that referenced specific tribal territories, seasonal activities, and cultural events that maintained meaning for those sharing background knowledge. Such communication required deep understanding of tribal symbolism and cultural references. Rain's casual reference to seasonal quality indicated timing information about tribal activities, movement patterns, and opportunities for communication that might not be available during other periods. Such details required careful attention to decode and understand fully. Copper examined the jewelry with appropriate interest, their own movements in handling specific pieces, indicating their current situation, health status, and emotional well-being. Such communication required careful attention to detail while maintaining the appearance of normal commercial interaction. The handling patterns followed traditional tribal customs that assigned specific meanings to particular gestures, movements, and selections. These cultural references remained invisible to outsiders, while conveying complex information to those sharing cultural knowledge. Their physical examination of specific pieces conveyed information about their integration progress, current living conditions, and available opportunities for cultural preservation activities. Such details helped family members understand their circumstances and provide appropriate support. The blue stones remind me of summer skies over familiar places, Copper replied, their words carrying multiple layers of meaning that referenced specific tribal territories, seasonal gatherings, and shared memories that sustained emotional connections across physical separation. Such coded language preserved cultural bonds through seemingly innocent conversation. The reference to familiar places indicated specific geographical locations that held cultural significance for their tribal community. These locations served as reference points for understanding territorial boundaries, seasonal movements, and cultural activities that continued despite Legion control. The mention of summer skies conveyed information about seasonal timing and natural cycles that remained important for tribal cultural practices. Such references maintained connection to environmental awareness and seasonal rhythms that formed essential aspects of tribal worldview. The exchange continued for several minutes, conveying information about other absorbed family members, news from tribal territories, and practical arrangements for maintaining communication networks. Each seemingly casual comment carried significance understood only by those sharing cultural knowledge and family connections. Information about other family members included health status, current locations, and adaptation progress that helped maintain family bonds despite physical separation. Such details provided emotional support and practical knowledge about shared circumstances. News from tribal territories included information about seasonal activities, cultural events, and community developments that maintained connection to homeland and cultural practices. Such information sustained emotional connections across geographical distances and institutional barriers. Most importantly, Rain conveyed information about other tribal members maintaining similar dual existence within Legion territory, a network of absorbed individuals who preserved cultural identity while adapting to Roman requirements, creating underground connections that sustained community bonds despite official policies of cultural assimilation. The network included individuals at various stages of integration, from recent arrivals still adjusting to Legion requirements, to experienced personnel who had achieved positions of responsibility within Roman institutions. Such diversity provided resources and mutual support for maintaining cultural connection. Knowledge of the network's existence provided both practical benefits and emotional support. Practical assistance included resource sharing, information exchange, and coordinated efforts to preserve cultural knowledge. Emotional benefits included reduced isolation and maintained sense of community identity. The knowledge that others shared their circumstances provided emotional support and practical cooperation. Shared resources, mutual assistance during difficulties, and coordinated efforts to preserve cultural knowledge created resilience networks that operated within Legion territory without challenging official authority structures. Before concluding their transaction, Rain mentioned specific crafting materials and techniques in ways that referenced traditional tribal skills, seasonal activities, and cultural practices. Such conversations reinforced cultural knowledge while appearing to discuss legitimate commercial interests to any casual observers. Copper completed their purchase with appropriate formality, acquiring small items that served both practical purposes and cultural significance. A bone needle for clothing repairs that also represented traditional craftsmanship. Dried herbs for cooking that maintained connection to ancestral dietary practices, and small decorative items that carried symbolic meaning. The afternoon training session included tactical exercises that required coordination with other Legion personnel, demonstrating integration into Roman military culture while developing combat capabilities that served institutional objectives. Copper participated with professional competence that satisfied their instructors. The exercises included complex maneuvers that required trust and cooperation among team members, building the unit cohesion that characterized effective Legion operations. Copper's contributions demonstrated their commitment to team success while maintaining private emotional distance from full cultural assimilation. During brief rest breaks between exercises, Copper observed their fellow trainees with careful attention to identifying others who might share their background of tribal absorption. Subtle signs in behavior, reaction to specific instructions, or response to cultural references sometimes indicated shared experiences. Such identification required extreme caution, as Legion authorities remained vigilant for signs of organized tribal loyalties that might threaten institutional security. Individual adaptation was encouraged, but group identity preservation was viewed as potential threat to Roman cultural dominance and political stability. The afternoon weapons training proved particularly challenging today, as Bronze introduced advanced techniques that required abandoning tribal combat methods in favor of Roman approaches. The instruction emphasized discipline over instinct, formation fighting over individual initiative, and standardized procedures over adaptive responses. Copper struggled privately with these requirements, not due to inability to learn Roman methods, but because of the cultural significance attached to combat approaches learned from tribal elders. Their original training had emphasized harmony with natural environment, spiritual preparation, and techniques passed down through generations of warriors. The worldwide Roman methods, while effective, felt disconnected from the spiritual and cultural context that had originally given combat meaning beyond mere violence. Fighting became technical skill rather than cultural expression, separated from the broader worldview that had originally shaped their understanding of conflict and protection. Bronze noticed their momentary hesitation during certain exercises, approaching afterward with the supportive concern they showed all struggling trainees. Their attention reflected genuine desire to help rather than suspicion of divided loyalties, though such scrutiny required careful management. The transition from individual techniques to formation fighting can be challenging, Bronze observed with understanding born from experience with many absorbed tribal members. Your instincts are excellent, but Legion methods require different thinking. Trust in your comrades, adherence to established procedures, and confidence in Roman tactical superiority. Their words carried genuine encouragement alongside the institutional message about Roman superiority over tribal methods. Bronze believed sincerely in the benefits of Legion integration, while remaining unaware of the cultural cost such transformation demanded from absorbed individuals. Evening came with the structured routine that characterized all Legion installations. Personal maintenance time allowed for equipment care, letter writing, and limited recreational activities that reinforced unit cohesion while providing necessary relaxation after intensive training days. Copper used this time for careful practice of cultural preservation activities that required privacy and security, mental recitation of tribal stories, silent practice of traditional songs, and memory exercises that maintained linguistic fluency in their native tongue despite daily immersion in Latin communication requirements. Such activities required constant vigilance against discovery, as even innocent cultural practices might be interpreted as resistance to Roman assimilation, or evidence of divided loyalties that could result in disciplinary action or transfer to less favorable assignments. The evening meal provided another opportunity for intelligence gathering through careful attention to conversations among Legion personnel. Information about other installations, transfer opportunities, and assignment policies that might affect their future circumstances or provide opportunities for maintaining. Copper learned that Legion authorities were planning systematic transfers for absorbed tribal members who had completed initial integration periods. Such transfers served multiple purposes: preventing regional tribal loyalties from developing, distributing trained personnel where needed, and ensuring complete cultural assimilation through separation from familiar environments. The news created immediate anxiety about their carefully constructed communication networks and cultural preservation activities. Transfer to distant installations would eliminate contact with Rain and other family members, while new environments would lack the concealment opportunities they had developed through careful observation and planning. However, the conversation also revealed opportunities for volunteers to serve in translation and cultural liaison roles that required maintaining tribal language skills and cultural knowledge. Such positions justified preserving exactly the capabilities that transfer policies otherwise sought to eliminate. That night, Copper lay awake, considering their options within the constraints imposed by Legion policies and practical circumstances. Escape attempts would endanger family members still within Legion territory and likely result in brutal punishment for anyone suspected of providing assistance. Complete acceptance of cultural assimilation would mean permanent loss of tribal identity, gradual forgetting of ancestral languages and customs, and eventual transformation into fully Roman citizen with no meaningful connection to their heritage. Such cultural death felt like betrayal of ancestors and abandonment of community identity. The third option required careful planning and considerable risk, volunteering for duties that required maintaining tribal knowledge while serving Legion interests, translation services, cultural consultation for future tribal integrations, and liaison work that justified preserving exactly the capabilities transfer policies sought to eliminate. Such positions would require demonstrating exceptional loyalty to Legion objectives, while maintaining competence in tribal languages and cultural understanding. The balance would be delicate, requiring constant vigilance to serve both communities without betraying either one completely. Morning brought renewed training activities, but Copper approached them with different perspective, shaped by the previous evening's intelligence gathering. Each exercise became an opportunity to demonstrate capabilities that might qualify them for specialized assignments requiring cultural knowledge and language skills. The morning Latin instruction provided perfect opportunity to display translation abilities and cultural interpretation skills that might prove valuable for Legion operations involving tribal territories. Bronze noticed their enhanced participation with professional interest, recognizing potential for advanced assignments. "Your language development has been exceptional," Bronze noted, after reviewing Copper's performance in translation exercises. Both Latin fluency and retention of tribal languages, unusual combination that could prove valuable for specialized duties requiring cultural interface capabilities. Such recognition felt simultaneously encouraging and concerning, as it suggested that Bronze understood more about their cultural preservation activities than they had realized. However, his tone suggested professional interest rather than suspicion, indicating opportunity rather than threat. The weapons training session included tactical scenarios that required communication with simulated tribal adversaries, providing opportunity for Copper to demonstrate their language skills in practical military contexts. Their performance impressed both Bronze and other instructors observing the exercise. During the midday break, Copper made their regular visit to the trading post, but today's conversation with Rain carried additional urgency, given the information about pending transfers. They needed to discuss options for maintaining family connections under changed circumstances. Rain's response to their coded inquiries revealed that other family members had anticipated such developments, establishing contingency plans for maintaining communication networks despite geographical separation. The tribal community had experience adapting to changing circumstances while preserving essential connection. Travel patterns change with seasons, Rain observed while rearranging their merchandise, indicating that courier networks could adapt to new geographical requirements if necessary. Some routes become difficult, but others open that serve the same purposes. Flexibility allows continued service regardless of circumstances. The afternoon training concluded with evaluations and assignment planning for the following week. Bronze approached Copper privately afterward, suggesting that their capabilities might qualify them for specialized training opportunities requiring cultural and linguistic skills. There's growing need for personnel who can serve as cultural interfaces between Legion administration and tribal territories, Bronze explained with the practical tone they brought to all career development discussions. Your background, combined with demonstrated loyalty and competence, makes you potentially valuable for such specialized duties. The opportunity felt like validation of their careful planning, while creating new anxieties about increased scrutiny and higher expectations. Specialized assignments would provide better opportunities for cultural preservation, but would also require more sophisticated balancing of competing loyalties and objectives. That evening, Copper approached their private cultural preservation activities with renewed commitment, understanding that such practices might soon serve official purposes as well as personal needs. Traditional songs, tribal languages, and cultural knowledge could become professional tools rather than merely personal connection to heritage. The following days brought intensified training focused on cultural interpretation, diplomatic communication, and administrative procedures related to tribal integration policies. Copper's performance consistently impressed their instructors while providing deeper understanding of Legion objectives and methods. Boron's mentorship proved invaluable during this transition, offering practical guidance about navigating specialized assignment requirements while maintaining personal integrity within institutional constraints. Their approach emphasized professional competence over cultural judgment, creating space for cultural preservation within official duties. The formal assignment notification arrived during the second week of specialized training. Copper would remain in the region as cultural liaison and translator, working with tribal integration operations while maintaining their regular military duties. The position represented exactly the compromise they had hoped to achieve. The new role required careful orientation to understand expectations and limitations. They would assist with future tribal negotiations, provide translation services during integration operations, and offer cultural consultation that helped Legion personnel understand tribal perspectives and concerns. Most importantly, the assignment justified maintaining tribal language fluency, cultural knowledge, and even limited contact with tribal territories in their official capacity. Their cultural preservation activities would continue under official sanction rather than secret practice. Rain expressed careful satisfaction when informed of the new assignment during their next communication exchange. The position would provide opportunities for legitimate information sharing between tribal and Legion communities, while maintaining the family connection networks they had worked to preserve. The first month in their new role proved challenging but rewarding, requiring constant balance between serving Legion efficiency objectives and maintaining respect for tribal dignity and cultural values. Their work helped facilitate several peaceful integrations that might otherwise have resulted in violent confrontations. Bronze continued serving as mentor and supervisor, offering guidance about navigating the political complexities inherent in cultural liaison work. Their support proved essential during difficult situations that required diplomatic skill and cultural sensitivity, while maintaining Legion authority. The specialized duties gradually expanded to include consultation on agricultural techniques, craft production methods, and resource management approaches developed by various tribal communities. Their cultural knowledge became valuable assets for improving Legion operations throughout the region. Most significantly, the role provided opportunities for legitimate travel throughout tribal territories, enabling renewal of cultural connections and preservation of extended family relationships that might otherwise have been permanently severed by Legion policies. The work required careful documentation of tribal customs, languages, and social structures that served both Legion intelligence requirements and cultural preservation objectives. Their reports helped Legion administrators understand tribal perspectives while creating written records that preserved cultural knowledge for future generations. 6 months into their new assignment, Copper had successfully established a sustainable balance between their tribal identity and Legion citizenship. Their cultural preservation activities continued under official sanction, while their professional competence earned respect from Legion personnel and tribal representatives alike. The position offered possibilities for career advancement within Legion hierarchy while maintaining meaningful connection to tribal heritage. Future opportunities might include assignments to distant tribal territories, participation in high-level negotiations, or even leadership roles in cultural integration programs. More importantly, they had demonstrated that cultural preservation and institutional loyalty could coexist when approached with wisdom, patience, and careful attention to serving legitimate interests of both communities. Their success provided template for other absorbed tribal members facing similar challenges. The evening found them completing administrative reports that would influence Legion policies toward tribal integration, using their cultural knowledge to recommend approaches that served both efficiency objectives and humanitarian considerations. Such work felt meaningful in ways that pure military service had not provided. Their quarters now contained tribal artifacts displayed openly alongside Legion equipment, official recognition of their cultural expertise rather than concealed evidence of divided loyalties. The transformation represented successful navigation of complex institutional requirements while preserving essential personal identity. As sleep approached, Copper reflected on their journey from concealed cultural preservation to official cultural liaison, recognizing that patience and strategic thinking had achieved more than dramatic resistance or complete assimilation could have accomplished. They had found ways to serve both their tribal heritage and their Roman citizenship with honor and effectiveness. The soft sounds of the barracks settling into night routine provided peaceful backdrop to these reflections. Tomorrow would bring new challenges requiring careful balance between cultural communities, but they faced them with confidence earned through successful adaptation and meaningful work that honored both aspects of their identity. While Copper settles into their role bridging two worlds along the trade routes of Legion territory, another story unfolds of prosperity built on hidden costs. Join us next for The Safe Roads. Dawn stretched across the well-maintained Legion highway as trade guided their merchant caravan along the familiar route they had traveled for 3 years. The roads bore the distinctive marks of Legion engineering. Smooth surfaces, proper drainage, and regular maintenance that eliminated the hazards common to wasteland travel. The highway itself represented a marvel of post-war reconstruction, with carefully graded surfaces that allowed efficient movement of both military and commercial traffic. Drainage systems prevented the flooding and erosion that plagued most wasteland routes, while regular maintenance crews ensured consistent quality across hundreds of miles of roadway. Stone markers placed at regular intervals indicated distances to major settlements, warned of potential hazards, and displayed Legion authority symbols that reinforced territorial control. These markers also served practical purposes, helping travelers navigate efficiently while providing reference points for commercial scheduling and logistics. The caravan consisted of 6 wagons, loaded with manufactured goods, agricultural products, and specialty items destined for markets throughout Legion territory. Each vehicle represented months of careful planning, resource acquisition, and route coordination that had transformed trade's modest operation into a prosperous commercial enterprise. The wagons themselves reflected the prosperity that stable conditions had enabled. Well-maintained vehicles with reinforced construction, quality harnesses and fittings, and protective coverings that kept cargo secure during transport. Such equipment would have been impossible to maintain under the chaotic conditions that had characterized pre-Legion commerce. Each wagon carried specialized cargo selected to meet specific market demands throughout their route network. Manufactured tools for agricultural communities, processed foods for settlements lacking production capacity, and luxury items that served growing demand for comfort and convenience among prosperous Legion territories. The cargo manifest represented sophisticated market analysis and commercial planning that required detailed knowledge of customer needs, seasonal demand patterns, and competitive conditions throughout their service area. Such commercial intelligence could only be developed under stable conditions that allowed long-term business relationships. Their success stemmed directly from the unprecedented safety and predictability that Legion control had brought to regional commerce. Routes that had once required heavily armed escorts and extensive risk management now operated with routine efficiency under the protection of Caesar's law. The transformation of regional commerce under Legion rule had been dramatic and comprehensive. Areas that had been too dangerous for regular commercial traffic now supported thriving trade networks, while communities that had survived on subsistence economies now participated in broader commercial systems. Market development had proceeded systematically as Legion expansion brought security and administrative infrastructure to previously chaotic territories. Settlements could plan for future needs, merchants could establish regular schedules, and customers could rely on consistent availability of goods and services. The morning air carried the sounds of productive activity, wheels turning smoothly on maintained surfaces, pack animals moving at steady pace without the nervous energy that characterized travel through hostile territory, and casual conversation among crew members who no longer approached each journey with survival anxiety. The pack animals themselves demonstrated the improved conditions, showing the healthy appearance and calm behavior of livestock that enjoyed regular feeding, proper veterinary care, and secure shelter. Such animal welfare would have been impossible under survival conditions that characterized most wasteland operations. Conversation among crew members reflected their confidence in safe working conditions, focusing on personal interests, family news, and commercial observations, rather than constant vigilance for threats and survival planning. Their relaxed demeanor demonstrated the psychological benefits of stable employment. Trade's personal wagon served as mobile office and living quarters during extended journeys, equipped with detailed maps, commercial documentation, and communication equipment that enabled coordination with suppliers and customers throughout their route network. The organization reflected years of successful business development under stable conditions. The mobile office included filing systems for customer records, inventory tracking documents, and financial accounts that enabled sophisticated commercial management impossible under chaotic conditions. Such administrative capability represented significant business development since Legion's stabilization. Maps displayed routes marked with safety ratings, checkpoint locations, and estimated travel times that had proven reliable over hundreds of successful journeys. Such predictability enabled precise scheduling and resource management that maximized efficiency while minimizing costs and risks. The route planning included detailed information about road conditions, weather patterns, and seasonal factors that affected travel times and cargo protection requirements. Such comprehensive planning required the stability and information availability that Legion administration provided. Commercial documentation included Legion-issued permits, tax records, and trade agreements that provided legal protection and administrative clarity throughout their operations. The paperwork represented bureaucratic complexity, but offered security that independent merchants had never enjoyed in pre-Legion territories. The permit system, while requiring administrative effort and tax payments, provided legal protections and dispute resolution mechanisms, that enabled commercial operations to proceed with confidence. Standardized contracts, enforceable agreements, and reliable legal remedies created business environment that encouraged investment and growth. Tax documentation, though representing significant expense, also provided evidence of legitimate commercial status that facilitated dealings with both Legion authorities and civilian customers. The systematic taxation created administrative burden, but also demonstrated institutional stability and legal recognition. Their crew consisted of experienced personnel who understood both commercial operations and security requirements. Unlike the desperate guards and unreliable helpers common to wasteland commerce, these individuals had stable employment with predictable compensation and reasonable working conditions that encouraged loyalty and competence. The crew members had been carefully selected over years of operations, representing individuals who demonstrated both professional competence and personal reliability. Their backgrounds included former guards, experienced drivers, and skilled craftsmen who brought diverse capabilities to the commercial operation. Employment conditions included regular wages, shared profits from successful journeys, and basic healthcare support that provided security impossible in most wasteland occupations. Such benefits created loyalty and motivation that contributed directly to operational success and safety. The team's expertise extended beyond basic transportation to include cargo handling, customer relations, and emergency response capabilities that enabled efficient operations under various circumstances. Cross-training ensured that any team member could handle multiple responsibilities if needed. Most importantly, the crew's experience with Legion-controlled commerce provided knowledge of administrative procedures, checkpoint protocols, and security requirements that facilitated smooth operations throughout their route network. Such institutional knowledge was invaluable for commercial success. The wagon's security features included reinforced construction, concealed weapon storage, and communication equipment that provided contact with Legion authorities in case of emergency. However, such precautions had proven unnecessary during their years of operation under Caesar's protection. The reinforced construction included hidden compartments for valuable cargo, armored panels that could be deployed if needed, and escape routes that provided options during emergency situations. Such preparations reflected professional caution rather than expected necessity. Weapon storage included both defensive arms for crew protection and deterrent weapons that might discourage potential threats. The arsenal was legal under Legion regulations, but comprehensive enough to address most conceivable dangers, though such situations had never materialized. Communication equipment enabled contact with Legion checkpoints, emergency services, and administrative authorities throughout their route. Regular communication protocols ensured that their location and status were known to appropriate personnel at all times. Most importantly, the crew's relaxed demeanor reflected confidence in their safety that would have been impossible under previous conditions. Conversation focused on commercial concerns, personal interests, and routine observations rather than constant vigilance for threats and survival planning. The psychological benefits of operating under effective security created working environment that attracted quality personnel and enabled efficient operations. Crew members could focus on their professional responsibilities rather than survival concerns that had dominated pre-Legion commerce. As the caravan progressed along the highway, trade reviewed their commercial schedule with the satisfaction of someone whose business had flourished under stable conditions. Regular customers, predictable delivery requirements, and reliable profit margins had transformed uncertain survival into genuine prosperity. The commercial schedule included detailed timing for customer visits, inventory management, and financial planning that required the predictability that Legion security provided. Such sophisticated business planning would have been impossible under chaotic conditions. Customer relationships had developed over years of reliable service, creating mutual trust and long-term agreements that provided stability for both parties. Regular deliveries, consistent quality, and dependable scheduling created commercial relationships that benefited entire communities. Their customer base included both civilian settlements and Legion installations, creating diverse revenue streams that provided financial stability and growth opportunities. The variety of clients also offered protection against market fluctuations that might affect particular sectors or regions. Civilian customers included agricultural communities that required manufactured goods, craft specialists who needed raw materials, and settlements that lacked production capacity for certain necessities. Such relationships created mutual dependence that strengthened regional commercial networks. Legion installations provided different commercial opportunities, including supply contracts for specialized equipment, bulk orders for standardized goods, and service relationships that required reliability and security clearance. Military customers offered steady demand and prompt payment that anchored commercial operations. The goods they transported represented sophisticated commercial relationships that had developed under Legion protection. Specialty items, manufactured products, and agricultural surplus that required safe transport and reliable delivery schedules could only be maintained under conditions of political stability and security. The specialty items included luxury goods, technical equipment, and custom products that served growing demand for comfort and quality among prosperous Legion territories. Such markets required discretionary income and stable conditions that enabled non-essential purchases. Manufactured products included tools, household items, and processed goods that improved quality of life while requiring industrial production capabilities available only in established settlements. The distribution of such products created regional interdependence that strengthened Legion territorial cohesion. Agricultural surplus represented the productivity gains that resulted from security and improved farming techniques, creating trade opportunities that enabled specialization and efficiency throughout the regional economy. Such agricultural development required long-term planning and investment impossible under chaotic conditions. Their commercial success had enabled investment in better equipment, expanded operations, and improved compensation for crew members. Such growth reflected the broader economic development that Legion control had brought to the region through elimination of wasteland chaos and predation. The business expansion included additional wagons, larger inventory capacity, and extended route networks that served growing demand for commercial services. Such growth required capital investment and operational complexity that demonstrated the stability of Legion-controlled commerce. Equipment improvements included better vehicles, more efficient loading systems, and enhanced security features that increased operational efficiency while reducing costs and risks. Such investments required confidence in long-term stability that only Legion governance provided. Compensation improvements included higher wages, profit-sharing arrangements, and benefit packages that attracted quality personnel while retaining experienced crew members. Such employment conditions created competitive advantages that enhanced commercial success. The morning's journey passed through familiar checkpoints where Legion personnel conducted routine inspections with professional efficiency. The guards recognized trade's operation, processed their documentation quickly, and provided current information about road conditions and security status. The checkpoint facilities included administrative buildings, inspection areas, and communication equipment that enabled efficient processing of commercial traffic while maintaining appropriate security protocols. Such infrastructure represented significant investment in regional development. Guard personnel demonstrated professional competence and systematic procedures that balanced security requirements with commercial efficiency. Their training included both military skills and administrative knowledge that enabled appropriate handling of civilian commercial operations. The inspection procedures included verification of permits, examination of cargo manifests, and collection of appropriate taxes that funded the infrastructure and security services that made commercial operations possible. Such administrative requirements, while time-consuming, provided essential services. Documentation verification included checking permit validity, confirming cargo descriptions, and ensuring compliance with trade regulations that maintained commercial standards throughout Legion territory. Such regulatory oversight prevented fraud and maintained market integrity. Tax collection, while representing significant expense, funded the security services, infrastructure maintenance, and administrative systems that enabled commercial operations to proceed safely and efficiently. Trade understood such costs as reasonable investment in operational stability. Such interactions had become routine over their years of operation, creating professional relationships with Legion personnel that facilitated smooth commercial operations. The guards understood their business needs, while trade respected Legion authority and contributed to regional stability through legitimate commerce. The professional relationships included recognition of trade's operation as legitimate and reliable, enabling expedited processing and reduced scrutiny that improved operational efficiency. Such recognition required consistent compliance and demonstrated trustworthiness over extended periods. Most significantly, the checkpoints provided current intelligence about potential threats, road conditions, and administrative changes that might affect their operations. Such information sharing created cooperative relationships that served both commercial and security interests. Intelligence sharing included warnings about weather conditions, road maintenance schedules, and security concerns that might affect travel planning. Such information enabled proactive adjustments that prevented problems and maintained operational efficiency. Administrative updates included changes to regulations, permit requirements, and tax policies that affected commercial operations. Early notification of such changes enabled compliance planning and prevented operational disruptions that might result from regulatory violation. As midday approached, the Caravan reached their regular rest stop, a roadside facility that had been established to serve commercial traffic along the major trade routes. The location provided water, supplies, and shelter for travelers while maintaining appropriate security protocols. The rest stop represented significant infrastructure investment in commercial development, featuring permanent buildings, maintenance facilities, and supply storage that enabled efficient support for traveling merchants. Such facilities would have been impossible without Legion security guarantees and administrative support. The main building included administrative offices where travelers could update permits, receive current information about road conditions, and coordinate with other commercial operations traveling similar routes. Such services facilitated efficient commercial operations throughout the region, where water facilities included wells with mechanical pumps, storage tanks, and distribution systems that provided reliable access to clean water for both human consumption and animal care. The engineering required for such systems demonstrated Legion commitment to infrastructure development. Supply storage included basic necessities for commercial operations, replacement parts for wagons, feed for pack animals, and emergency provisions for crew members. The availability of such supplies eliminated the need for extensive preparation that had characterized pre-Legion commerce. The facility included covered areas for cargo protection, feeding stations for pack animals, and basic amenities for crew members during extended journeys. Such infrastructure represented significant investment in commercial development that would have been impossible without Legion's security guarantees. Covered areas provided protection from weather that could damage valuable cargo during rest periods. The construction included ventilation systems that prevented condensation while providing security against theft or tampering during overnight stops. Feeding stations for pack animals included hay storage, grain distribution systems, and watering equipment that maintained animal health during extended journeys. Proper animal care was essential for commercial operations that depended on reliable transportation. Basic amenities for crew members included sleeping quarters, cooking facilities, and sanitation systems that provided comfort and health maintenance during commercial travel. Such amenities attracted quality personnel and maintained crew morale during extended operations. Security features included perimeter barriers, guard positions, and communication equipment that provided protection during vulnerable rest periods. The security arrangements were integrated with Legion patrol schedules to ensure comprehensive coverage. The merchants gathered at the rest stop created informal networks for sharing information, coordinating schedules, and discussing market conditions throughout the region. These commercial relationships had flourished under stable conditions that eliminated the desperate competition characteristic of survival economies. The merchant networks included traders specializing in different products, serving various geographical areas and operating on different schedules that created opportunities for mutual assistance and information sharing. Such cooperation required the trust that developed under stable conditions. Information sharing included market intelligence about supply and demand patterns, customer needs, and competitive conditions that influenced commercial decisions. Such business intelligence was valuable for maintaining competitive advantages and identifying new opportunities. Schedule coordination enabled merchants to share resources, coordinate route planning, and provide mutual assistance during emergencies. Such cooperation reduced operational costs while improving security and efficiency for all participants. Market discussions included analysis of seasonal patterns, economic trends, and policy changes that affected commercial operations throughout Legion territory. Such strategic thinking required the stability and information availability that Legion administration provided. Trade used the rest period to review correspondence from customers, suppliers, and business partners throughout their commercial network. Regular communication had become possible through Legion postal services and administrative infrastructure that connected distant communities. The postal system represented major infrastructure achievement that enabled sophisticated commercial communications across vast geographical areas. Regular mail delivery, secure document transport, and reliable scheduling created communication capabilities essential for advanced commerce. The correspondence included orders for future deliveries, payments for completed transactions, and market intelligence that influenced business decisions. Such sophisticated commercial communications required the literacy, numerical skills, and administrative systems that had developed under Legion civilization. Customer orders included detailed specifications for products, delivery schedules, and payment arrangements that required careful documentation and systematic fulfillment. Such commercial complexity demonstrated the sophisticated economic relationships that had developed under stable conditions. Payment documentation included receipts, credit arrangements, and financial transfers that required systematic accounting and reliable banking systems. The financial infrastructure necessary for such operations represented significant economic development under Legion governance. Market intelligence included information about competitive conditions, supply availability, and demand patterns that influenced inventory decisions and route planning. Such business information required communication networks and analytical capabilities that demonstrated regional economic sophistication. Most importantly, the letters reflected long-term business relationships based on trust, reliability, and mutual benefit, rather than the desperate short-term transactions that had characterized pre-Legion commerce. Customers planned future needs while suppliers maintained consistent quality and availability. The long-term relationships included standing orders, seasonal arrangements, and partnership agreements that provided stability for both merchants and customers. Such commercial relationships required the legal infrastructure and enforcement mechanisms that Legion administration provided. Trust development required consistent performance over extended periods, demonstrating reliability and integrity that encouraged customers to make long-term commitments and investments in commercial relationships. Such trust was a valuable business asset that required protection and maintenance. Mutual benefit arrangements included profit sharing, exclusive distribution agreements, and cooperative marketing that created shared interests between merchants and customers. Such sophisticated commercial relationships demonstrated the economic development that had occurred under Legion stability. During the rest period, trade encountered Centurion Shield, their regular Legion escort who had been assigned to their route for the past year. The relationship had developed into comfortable professionalism based on mutual respect and understanding of each other's professional requirements. The escort assignment represented Legion policy of providing specialized security for valuable commercial operations that contributed significantly to regional economic development. Such protection demonstrated institutional commitment to commercial growth and stability. Shield's background included extensive experience with commercial security, understanding of business operations, and knowledge of regional threats that enabled effective protection, while minimizing interference with legitimate business activities. Such expertise was valuable for commercial success. The Centurion's approach to commercial escort duties balanced security requirements with business efficiency, recognizing that excessive restrictions could harm the economic activities they were assigned to protect. Such understanding required sophisticated appreciation. Professional development of their working relationship had required time and experience to establish mutual trust and understanding of respective responsibilities. Both parties had learned to coordinate their activities for maximum effectiveness and minimum conflict. Shield's unit consisted of experienced Legion personnel who understood commercial operations and maintained appropriate security protocols without interfering with legitimate business activities. Their presence provided deterrent effect that eliminated most potential threats before they materialized. The unit's training included both military skills and commercial knowledge that enabled appropriate interaction with civilian merchants while maintaining security effectiveness. Such specialized training demonstrated Legion commitment to sophisticated regional administration. Personnel selection for commercial escort duties emphasized individuals with appropriate temperament for civilian interaction, understanding of business operations, and professional competence in security procedures. Such careful selection ensured effective collaboration between military and commercial operations. The deterrent effect of professional military presence eliminated most potential threats through psychological impact rather than actual confrontation. Such effective deterrence reduced the need for violence while maintaining comprehensive security. The Centurion's approach to route security emphasized proactive threat identification and elimination rather than reactive response to incidents. Such methods prevented problems rather than merely responding to them after commercial operations had been disrupted or damaged. Proactive security measures included advanced scouting, intelligence gathering, and systematic elimination of potential threats before they could materialize into actual dangers. Such comprehensive approaches ensured consistent safety for commercial operations. Threat identification required systematic analysis of regional conditions, population movements, and potential sources of danger that might affect commercial routes. Such intelligence work was essential for effective preventive security measures. The elimination procedures focused on neutralizing potential threats before they could organize or position themselves to interfere with commercial traffic. Such preemptive approaches prevented incidents rather than responding to them after damage had occurred. Route conditions remain optimal, SHIELD reported with a straightforward professionalism that characterized their working relationship. Recent security sweeps have eliminated potential concerns. Weather patterns favor continued travel, and administrative changes require no modifications to your current permits. Their communication reflected efficient information sharing that served both security and commercial objectives. SHIELD understood trade's business needs, while trade respected Legion authority and operational requirements that might affect their schedules or procedures. The Centurion's security briefings included detailed information about potential threats, administrative changes, and infrastructure developments that might affect commercial operations. Such intelligence sharing created cooperative relationships that benefited both parties. Most significantly, SHIELD's professional competence and straightforward manner had earned trade's genuine respect and appreciation. Their escort duties were performed with skill and dedication that protected commercial interests while maintaining appropriate professional boundaries. The afternoon journey continued through territory that showed clear evidence of Legion development and improvement. Agricultural areas displayed organized cultivation, settlements maintained proper construction and sanitation standards, and infrastructure projects demonstrated systematic regional development. Such improvements represented significant investment in long-term stability and economic development that benefited all residents of Legion territory. Trade's commercial success depended directly on such regional development, creating mutual interests between their business and Legion governance. The landscape contrasted sharply with wasteland territories beyond Legion control, where chaos, violence, and economic collapse created conditions unsuitable for commercial development or civilized living. The comparison highlighted the benefits of Caesar's rule for ordinary residents. However, trade satisfaction with their circumstances began to shift as they noticed details that had previously escaped their attention. The absence of certain types of travelers, the uniform compliance with Legion standards, and the systematic nature of regional development suggested methods that might involve more than voluntary cooperation. The regional development patterns showed remarkable consistency across different communities, suggesting coordinated policies rather than organic growth that might be expected from voluntary cooperation. Such uniformity implied systematic implementation of standardized procedures throughout Legion territory. Population movements showed distinctive patterns that suggested managed migration rather than natural economic development. Communities that had once been diverse now showed demographic characteristics consistent with Legion administrative preferences and security requirements. Economic development followed predictable patterns that emphasized production efficiency and resource extraction rather than community self-determination or cultural preservation. Such systematic development suggested institutional priorities that might not align with individual community preferences. The afternoon's travel included passage through areas where previous journeys had encountered potential threats that had mysteriously disappeared before materializing into actual dangers. Trade had attributed such security to Legion efficiency without considering the specific methods employed to achieve such results. Previous encounters with potential threats had been limited to distant observations of suspicious activity that never developed into actual confrontations. Trade had assumed such incidents represented successful deterrence rather than more aggressive intervention. The disappearance of potential threats had occurred with remarkable consistency, suggesting systematic procedures rather than random success in deterring criminal activity. Such reliability implied institutional methods that guaranteed results rather than depending on chance or deterrence. Regional security reports from other merchants had mentioned similar patterns of threats that materialized briefly before disappearing completely. Such consistency across different routes and time periods suggested coordinated security operations rather than individual incident responses. Observation of their surroundings with increased attention revealed subtle signs of recent activity that suggested systematic elimination of threats rather than mere deterrence. Disturbed earth, scattered equipment, and other indicators pointed to actions that had occurred away from main travel routes. The disturbed earth appeared in locations that would be strategic for potential ambush attempts, suggesting that threats had been identified and addressed at source rather than waiting for actual confrontation. Such proactive measures required extensive intelligence and planning. Scattered equipment included items that might have belonged to raiders or desperate travelers, suggesting that potential threats had been eliminated rather than merely deterred or redirected. The systematic disposal of such evidence implied institutional procedures for threat elimination. The locations of such evidence suggested comprehensive surveillance and intelligence gathering that enabled identification of potential threats before they could organize or position themselves effectively. Such capabilities required significant resources and systematic organization. Such observations created growing unease about the true nature of their route. Security, though trade initially dismissed such concerns as unnecessary worry about administrative details that remained outside their legitimate business interests. Their commercial success depended on results rather than methods. The growing unease reflected increasing awareness that their commercial success might depend on systematic violence rather than mere deterrence or defensive measures. Such recognition created ethical concerns that complicated their satisfaction with their achievements. Dismissal of such concerns became increasingly difficult as evidence accumulated that suggested systematic elimination of potential threats rather than alternative approaches that might address security concerns without requiring deaths. The weight of such evidence demanded acknowledgement. Professional focus on results rather than methods had enabled trade to avoid confronting the moral implications of their security arrangements. However, increasing awareness of specific methods made such avoidance more difficult to maintain consistently. Yet the accumulating evidence suggested that their safe passage resulted from more aggressive security measures than they had realized. The systematic nature of threat elimination implied procedures that went beyond standard defensive protocols to include proactive elimination of potential problems. The systematic nature of threat elimination suggested institutional policies rather than individual decisions by field personnel. Such procedures would require approval at higher administrative levels and integration with broader security strategies throughout Legion territory. Aggressive security measures implied willingness to use lethal force against potential threats, rather than pursuing alternatives that might address underlying problems without requiring deaths. Such approaches prioritized efficiency over humanitarian consideration. Proactive elimination of potential problems required extensive intelligence gathering, systematic threat assessment, and coordinated response capabilities that represented significant institutional investment in comprehensive security operations. As evening approached, the caravan reached a camping area designated for commercial travelers, complete with security perimeters and basic facilities that enabled safe overnight stops. The location had been carefully selected to provide protection while maintaining appropriate spacing from Legion installations. The camping area represented sophisticated logistics planning that balanced security requirements with operational efficiency for commercial traffic. The location provided natural defensive advantages while maintaining access to transportation routes and supply sources. Security perimeters included both natural barriers and constructed defenses that provided protection during vulnerable overnight periods. The defensive arrangements were integrated with patrol schedules and communication systems that ensured comprehensive coverage. Basic facilities included water access, waste disposal systems, and shelter options that enabled comfortable overnight stops during extended commercial journeys. Such amenities improved crew morale while maintaining operational efficiency. The spacing from Legion installations provided appropriate separation between military and civilian activities, while ensuring rapid response capability if security problems developed. Such planning demonstrated sophisticated understanding of both security and commercial requirements. The evening routine included standard security procedures for protecting cargo and personnel during vulnerable overnight periods. However, the relaxed atmosphere reflected confidence in Legion protection that eliminated most concerns about nocturnal threats or unauthorized intrusion. Standard security procedures included establishing watch rotations, securing valuable cargo, and maintaining communication with appropriate authorities. Such measures represented professional caution rather than expectation of actual threats. The relaxed atmosphere among crew members demonstrated their confidence in effective security arrangements that had consistently provided protection during previous journeys. Such confidence was based on extensive experience with successful operations. Legion protection had proven reliable over years of commercial operations, creating trust in security arrangements that enabled efficient operations without constant anxiety about potential threats. Such reliability was valuable for commercial success and crew morale. Elimination of concerns about nocturnal threats represented significant improvement over pre-Legion conditions, when overnight stops required extensive security measures and constant vigilance. The psychological benefits of such security were substantial for commercial operations. Trade's evening activities included reviewing the day's progress, updating commercial records, and planning the following day's activities. Such routine administrative work had become possible through the stability and predictability that characterized their operations under Legion protection. The crew's evening conversations reflected their confidence in their security situation, focusing on personal interests and commercial observations rather than survival concerns or threat assessment. Their relaxed demeanor demonstrated the psychological benefits of operating under effective protection. However, trade found themselves paying unusual attention to sounds from the surrounding area, noting the absence of certain types of nocturnal activity that had characterized previous camping experiences in less secure territories. The silence felt comprehensive rather than merely peaceful. The quiet suggested systematic elimination of potential threats, rather than natural absence of dangerous wildlife or hostile inhabitants. Such thoroughness implied security measures that went beyond standard patrol activities to include comprehensive area clearance procedures. Sleep came less easily than usual, interrupted by questions about the specific methods employed to maintain their route security. Trade's growing awareness of the systematic nature of threat elimination created anxiety about the true cost of their commercial success. Morning brought continuation of their journey toward the final destination, but Trade approached the day's travel with different perspective, shaped by the previous day's observations. Increased attention to their surroundings revealed additional evidence of systematic security measures. The morning's route included passage near a rocky outcrop where the discovery of recent graves created unmistakable evidence of the violent methods employed to maintain their route security. The burial site contained approximately 12 bodies, clearly not given proper funeral rites. The evidence suggested these had been raiders or desperate travelers who might have posed potential threats to commercial traffic. However, their equipment and condition indicated they might have been more desperate than genuinely dangerous, possibly eliminated to prevent problems that might never have materialized. The discovery forced Trade to confront the reality that their safe passage had been built on systematic killing of people who might never have actually threatened their operations. Their prosperity had depended on violence they had never witnessed or acknowledged. The graves represented human lives that had been ended to ensure commercial convenience and safety. The individuals buried there might have been driven by desperation, hunger, or circumstances beyond their control, rather than malicious intent to harm innocent travelers. Most disturbing was recognition that alternative solutions might have been possible. Negotiation, redirection, or non-lethal deterrence that could have addressed security concerns without requiring deaths. The systematic elimination suggested procedures that prioritized efficiency over humanitarian consideration. The morning's travel continued with Trade struggling to process this revelation while maintaining appropriate professional demeanor with crew members and Legion personnel. The weight of complicity and violence they had never acknowledged created emotional burden that interfered with routine business activities. Conversations with S.H.I.E.L.D. during the midday rest period took on different significance, as Trade carefully probed about security procedures without revealing the extent of their concerns, or the specific discoveries that had triggered their questions about methods. Route security requires proactive threat identification and elimination, S.H.I.E.L.D. explained with matter-of-fact professionalism that reflected standard Legion doctrine. We scout ahead of commercial traffic, identify potential dangers, and neutralize them before merchants encounter any risks. The Centurion's words confirmed Trade's growing understanding of their security situation, while revealing the systematic nature of threat elimination that had protected their operations. S.H.I.E.L.D. took professional pride in such proactive approaches to commercial protection. Prevention of problems serves everyone's interests better than responding to incidents after they occur, S.H.I.E.L.D. continued, emphasizing the practical benefits of aggressive security measures. Commercial operations require predictable conditions that reactive security cannot provide effectively. Their explanation made practical sense from security perspective, while highlighting the human cost of such approaches. Trade realized that their route safety record resulted from systematic killing rather than mere deterrence or defensive response to actual threats. The afternoon's journey proceeded with trade, struggling to balance their growing moral concerns against practical considerations about their business operations, crew welfare, and family financial security. The revelation created complex emotional and ethical dilemmas. Their commercial success provided employment for crew members, supplied goods to customers throughout the region, and generated tax revenue that supported Legion infrastructure development. The broader economic benefits of their operations served legitimate interests beyond mere personal profit. However, the recognition that such benefits depended on systematic violence against potentially innocent people created moral burden that complicated their satisfaction with their achievements. Their prosperity had been built on deaths they had never acknowledged or questioned. The crew's continued confidence in their safety reflected their ignorance of the specific methods employed to protect their operations. Trade faced the dilemma of whether to share their discoveries with employees whose livelihoods depended on continued commercial operations. Evening brought the caravan to their final destination, completing another successful journey that had proceeded according to schedule, with no security incidents or operational problems. The efficient completion of their commercial objectives felt different now that trade understood the true cost of such success. The destination community welcomed their arrival with familiar enthusiasm, as their regular deliveries provided goods and services essential for local residents. The positive reception reflected genuine appreciation for commercial services that improved quality of life. Customer payments and new orders for future deliveries confirmed the financial success of the journey while highlighting the ongoing demand for their commercial services. The business relationships remained positive and productive despite trade's growing concerns about operational methods. However, trade found themselves paying different attention to customer conversations about regional security, threat elimination, and the methods employed to maintain safe conditions for commercial operations. Such discussions revealed broader awareness of violent security measures than they had previously realized. The evening's business activities included updating commercial records, planning future deliveries, and coordinating with suppliers about inventory requirements. Such routine administrative work proceeded normally, while trade struggled with internal conflicts about their continued operations. Sleep came difficultly that night, interrupted by mental images of the graves they had discovered and recognition of their complicity in violence they had never directly witnessed. The weight of moral responsibility created emotional burden that interfered with rest. Their dreams included vivid images of the people who had been killed to ensure their route safety, imagining their circumstances, motivations, and final moments. Such psychological distress reflected the impact of confronting previously hidden costs of their commercial success. Morning brought the return journey toward their home base, but trade approached the trip with different priorities and concerns. The route that had previously represented familiar safety now carried weight of moral complexity that demanded careful consideration. The return journey provided opportunity for extended reflection on the ethical implications of their commercial operations and the personal responsibility that came with benefiting from systematic violence. Such considerations required balancing multiple competing interests and values. Their crew's continued confidence and professional competence created additional complexity, as any changes to their operations would affect employees who depended on stable employment and had performed their duties with skill and dedication. The commercial customers who relied on their services also represented legitimate interests that would be affected by changes to their operations. The broader economic network that had developed around their business created responsibilities beyond mere personal moral concerns. However, the recognition that their prosperity depended on systematic killing of potentially innocent people created ethical obligations that demanded response regardless of practical complications. Trade faced the challenge of conducting business in ways that minimized complicity in violence. The midday rest period provided opportunity for careful conversation with SHIELD about alternative security approaches that might achieve protection objectives without requiring systematic elimination of potential threats. Such discussions required diplomatic skill to avoid questioning Legion authority while exploring possibilities. Security procedures reflect institutional wisdom developed through extensive experience, SHIELD responded to Trade's careful inquiries about alternative approaches. Methods that might appear harsh serve broader interests by maintaining regional stability and protecting legitimate commerce. Their response reflected standard Legion doctrine while revealing the systematic nature of security policies that extended beyond individual route protection to encompass broader territorial control. The violence was institutional rather than merely operational. Trade's questions about negotiation, redirection, or non-lethal deterrence received professional but dismissive responses that indicated such approaches were considered insufficient for maintaining the comprehensive security that Legion territory required. The Centurion's explanations highlighted the philosophical differences between approaches that prioritized human life and methods that emphasized institutional efficiency. Legion doctrine clearly favored systematic elimination over alternative approaches that might prove less reliable. The afternoon's journey continued, with Trade considering the practical options available within their current circumstances. Complete abandonment of their commercial operations would eliminate their income, while failing to reduce the systematic violence that would continue regardless of their participation. The alternative route development might reduce their direct complicity while maintaining their business operations, though such changes would involve significant additional costs, reduced efficiency, and uncertain security conditions that might threaten crew safety. The most challenging option involved continuing their operations while openly acknowledging the moral cost of their safety and working to minimize their contribution to systematic violence through whatever means remained available within their circumstances. Such approaches might include supporting alternative commercial development, contributing to humanitarian efforts that addressed the desperation driving people to potential conflict with Legion security, or advocating for policy changes that emphasized deterrence over elimination. Evening brought the caravan to familiar camping areas near their home territory, completing another successful commercial journey that had proceeded according to schedule despite Trade's internal struggles with moral implications of their operations. The crew's satisfaction with another profitable journey reflected their continued confidence in their commercial success and security arrangements. Their positive morale highlighted the benefits of stable employment and effective protection that their operations provided. However, Trade's evening reflections focused on developing sustainable approaches to continuing their business while minimizing complicity in systematic violence and addressing the ethical concerns that their discoveries had created. The challenge involved finding ways to maintain their commercial operations, protect their employers' welfare, serve their customers' needs, and preserve their families' financial security, while reducing their contribution to policies that prioritized efficiency over human life. Such considerations required long-term planning, careful resource management, and diplomatic approaches to policy advocacy that might gradually influence Legion security procedures toward methods that emphasized deterrence over elimination. The following morning brought their return to home territory, completing another successful commercial cycle that had generated profits while raising profound questions about the moral costs of their prosperity and the personal responsibility that came with benefiting from systematic violence. Trade's business had flourished under Legion protection, providing benefits for employees, customers, and family members while contributing to regional economic development. Such achievements represented genuine accomplishments that deserved recognition and appreciation. However, the discovery of their root security's true nature created ethical obligations that demanded response, regardless of practical complications. The challenge involved finding ways to conduct business that served legitimate interests while minimizing contribution to systematic violence. The resolution required accepting reduced profits as reasonable cost for ethical business practices, acknowledging moral responsibility for previous complicity while working to minimize future contribution to policies that prioritized efficiency over human welfare. Most importantly, Trade committed to using their commercial influence and resources to advocate for security approaches that emphasized deterrence, negotiation, and humanitarian consideration, rather than systematic elimination of potential threats. The work would be challenging, requiring careful navigation of political and economic pressures, while maintaining business operations that provided essential services and employment. However, the moral clarity gained through confronting the true costs of their success provided foundation for sustainable and ethical commercial practices. As Trade settles into their commitment to more ethical commerce, elsewhere in Legion territory, another administrator faces the challenge of managing a conquered community with both efficiency and humanity. Join us next for the conquered settlement. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the former settlement council chambers, now converted to Legion administrative offices, as Ledger reviewed the detailed production reports and civilian compliance data spread across their desk. 6 months after absorption into Caesar's territory, the settlement functioned according to Legion protocols, but the numbers revealed concerning trends that demanded careful attention. The council chambers themselves told the story of transition from democratic governance to Legion administration, where once elected representatives had debated community issues around a circular table, now systematic files documented resource allocation, work assignments, and productivity metrics. The transformation was complete, yet the building retained echoes of its former purpose. The large windows that had once allowed community members to observe their representatives now provided natural lighting for administrative work that governed every aspect of civilian life. Ledger had grown accustomed to working in this space, though they occasionally noticed the empty gallery where citizens had once participated in democratic processes. The production reports covered every aspect of settlement operations. Agricultural output, craft production, infrastructure maintenance, and resource consumption. Each category was measured against Legion standards and compared to pre-absorption baselines to evaluate the effectiveness of administrative policies and civilian adaptation. Agricultural data showed mixed results that reflected both the benefits and challenges of Legion integration. Some crops had improved yields due to better organization and resource allocation, while others showed declining production that suggested problems with the transition from community-based to administratively corrected farming. The improved yields resulted from systematic application of Legion agricultural techniques, better coordination of labor resources, and elimination of inefficient practices that had characterized community-based decision-making. Such improvements demonstrated the benefits of professional administration and standardized procedures. However, declining production in certain areas suggested that administrative direction might not fully account for local knowledge, seasonal patterns, and specialized techniques that community members had developed through generations of experience. The loss of such expertise created productivity problems that required careful attention. Craft production showed similar patterns, with some areas benefiting from Legion organization while others struggled under standardized procedures that failed to account for local traditions and specialized knowledge. The complexity of managing such transitions required constant attention and adjustment. Civilian compliance data provided detailed analysis of how former settlement residents were adapting to Legion governance. The metrics included work attendance, disciplinary incidents, health indicators, and social cohesion measures that revealed the human cost of political transition. Work attendance had remained generally stable, though patterns suggested that some individuals struggled more than others with the transition from community-based cooperation to administratively corrected labor. Former community leaders showed particular difficulty adapting to their reduced roles and unfamiliar assignments. Disciplinary incidents remained low, indicating that the settlement population was accepting Legion authority without significant resistance. However, the data also showed increasing reports of depression, anxiety, and social withdrawal that suggested psychological rather than behavioral problems with the transition. Health indicators revealed concerning trends that correlated with the psychological difficulties. Increased reports of sleep disorders, appetite problems, and stress illnesses suggested that administrative efficiency was being achieved at considerable human cost. Social cohesion measures showed the most troubling patterns, with traditional community relationships showing strain under administrative policies that prioritized efficiency over cultural continuity. Formal social structures were dissolving without adequate replacement mechanisms for community support. Ledger took pride in efficient administration, maintaining detailed records and systematic procedures that met Legion standards, while serving the practical needs of both administrators and civilians. Their approach emphasized professional competence and institutional compliance that had earned recognition from superior officers. The record-keeping systems they had developed exceeded standard Legion requirements, providing comprehensive data that enabled sophisticated analysis of settlement operations and civilian adaptation. Such thoroughness served both administrative efficiency and policy development purposes. Professional competence was evident in the systematic organization of administrative procedures, the accuracy of documentation, and the timely completion of all required reports. Ledger's reputation for reliable administration had led to their assignment to this complex integration challenge. Institutional compliance involved not only following Legion directives, but understanding their underlying purposes and implementing them in ways that achieved policy objectives while maintaining settlement functionality. Such understanding required appreciation of both Legion goals and civilian needs. However, they recognized that harsh implementation of Legion policies was creating problems that threatened long-term stability and productivity. The settlement was complying with administrative requirements while gradually deteriorating in ways that served neither Legion interests nor civilian welfare. The deterioration was evident in productivity decline, increased health problems, and social fragmentation that undermined the community cohesion necessary for effective operations. Such problems required administrative attention to prevent more serious complications. Harsh implementation of policies reflected institutional pressure to demonstrate rapid compliance with Legion's standards, but such approaches often ignored the practical complexities of managing civilian populations during political transitions. More sophisticated methods were needed to achieve sustainable results. The threat to long-term stability included potential for increased resistance, reduced productivity, and social breakdown that would ultimately require more intensive administrative intervention. Preventing such problems required proactive approaches that addressed underlying causes rather than merely managing symptoms. Wisdom, the settlement's former leader, now worked manual labor assignments, despite decades of experience in resource management, agricultural planning, and community coordination. Their expertise was being wasted while they struggled with unfamiliar physical tasks that utilized none of their proven capabilities. The former leader's background included successful development of agricultural innovations, resolution of complex resource disputes, and coordination of community projects that had enabled the settlement's prosperity before Legion absorption. Such experience represented valuable knowledge that current policies were failing to utilize. Resource management expertise included sophisticated understanding of seasonal patterns, soil conditions, and water availability that had enabled optimal agricultural production for decades. Such knowledge could not be easily replaced by administrative directives or standardized procedures. Agricultural planning capabilities had enabled the settlement to maintain food security while developing surplus production for trade relationships with neighboring communities. The loss of such expertise contributed directly to current productivity problems. Community coordination skills had enabled successful management of complex projects that required cooperation among diverse groups with different interests and capabilities. Such skills remained valuable for Legion administrative purposes, but were not being utilized under current assignment policies. The manual labor assignments included construction work, material hauling, and basic maintenance tasks that required physical capability rather than intellectual or administrative skills. Such work was necessary but failed to utilize the former leaders' proven abilities in areas where they could contribute more effectively. Physical demands of manual labor created health problems for individuals unaccustomed to such work, leading to increased sick leave, reduced productivity, and medical costs that affected overall settlement operations. The inefficiency of such assignments served neither individual nor institutional interests. Unfamiliar tasks required extensive training and supervision that consumed administrative resources while producing inferior results compared to utilizing existing expertise in appropriate roles. The waste of human resources represented administrative inefficiency that contradicted Legion values. Other former community leaders faced similar situations. Skilled administrators, teachers, and craftspeople assigned to basic labor because Legion hierarchy didn't recognize civilian leadership experience, or specialized knowledge developed outside Roman institutional structures. Skilled administrators included individuals with experience in complex logistics, resource allocation, and personnel management that could contribute significantly to Legion operations if properly utilized. Their current assignments wasted such capabilities while creating staffing problems in areas where expertise was needed. Teachers represented educational resources that could contribute to civilian development, training programs, and knowledge preservation that served long-term Legion interests. Their assignment to manual labor eliminated valuable capabilities while failing to address educational needs within the settlement. Craftspeople included specialists in manufacturing, construction, and technical skills that were essential for settlement operations and could contribute to Legion projects throughout the region. Their underutilization created production problems while wasting valuable human resources. The systematic underutilization of civilian expertise reflected administrative policies that prioritized hierarchy over efficiency, institutional loyalty over practical capability, and political compliance over productive contribution. Such approaches served short-term control objectives while creating long-term operational problems. Ledger's morning routine included systematic review of all administrative areas to identify problems and opportunities for improvement. This comprehensive approach enabled early identification of issues before they became serious enough to attract negative attention from superior officers. The systematic review process included analysis of production data, examination of personnel reports, and evaluation of resource utilization that provided comprehensive understanding of settlement operations. Such thoroughness was essential for effective administration of complex civilian populations. Early identification of problems enabled proactive responses that addressed underlying causes rather than merely reacting to symptoms after they had developed into serious complications. Such approaches were more efficient and effective than crisis management approaches. Avoiding negative attention from superior officers required demonstrating consistent improvement in all measured areas, while maintaining compliance with institutional policies and procedures. Such performance demanded careful balance between innovation and conformity to established standards. The production reports showed declining agricultural yields in several important crops, reduced output from craft workshops, and increasing maintenance problems with settlement infrastructure. These trends threatened to attract unwanted scrutiny unless addressed promptly and effectively. Agricultural decline included both staple crops essential for food security and specialty products that provided trade income for the settlement. The problems affected both survival needs and economic productivity that contributed to Legion territorial resources. Reduced craft output included manufactured goods, processed materials, and specialized products that served both local needs and regional trade relationships. The decline threatened to disrupt supply chains and reduce economic contributions to Legion operations. Infrastructure maintenance problems included issues with water systems, building maintenance, and transportation facilities that were essential for settlement operations. Such problems could escalate quickly if not addressed promptly and effectively. The trends were interconnected, with problems in one area contributing to difficulties in others, creating potential for systematic breakdown that would require extensive intervention to resolve. Prevention of such cascading failures required comprehensive approaches that address multiple issues simultaneously. Most concerning was the evident connection between these operational problems and the psychological state of former community leaders who had been demoted to manual labor. Their depression and social withdrawal were affecting not only their individual performance but creating broader morale problems throughout the settlement. The psychological problems included symptoms of grief, anxiety, and learned helplessness that affected both work performance and social relationships. Such conditions were spreading through social networks and affecting community morale more broadly. Depression among former leaders was particularly problematic because their previous roles had made them influential figures whose emotional state affected community attitudes and cooperation. Their current distress was communicating negative messages about Legion governance and civilian futures. Social withdrawal by respected community members was eliminating informal leadership and support networks that had previously helped maintain community cohesion during difficult periods. The loss of such social resources was contributing to broader community problems. Individual performance problems were extending beyond the directly affected individuals to include family members, close friends, and others who were influenced by the visible distress of formerly respected community leaders. Such effects were multiplying the impact of administrative policies. Broader morale problems included increased complaints, reduced cooperation with administrative directives, and general pessimism about future prospects under Legion governance. Such attitudes threatened to undermine the compliance and productivity that successful administration required. At mid-morning, Ledger conducted their routine inspection of work sites throughout the settlement, observing operations and gathering information that complemented the statistical data from administrative reports. Direct observation often revealed problems that didn't appear in official documentation. The work sites included agricultural areas, craft workshops, construction projects, and maintenance operations that represented the full range of settlement activities. Each area required different management approaches and faced distinct challenges during the transition to Legion administration. Agricultural areas showed visible signs of the problems indicated in production reports. Crop growth appeared uneven, irrigation systems showed maintenance problems, and work crews seemed less coordinated than optimal efficiency would require. The issues were subtle, but significant for agricultural productivity. Crop quality varied considerably across different fields, suggesting inconsistent application of farming techniques or uneven resource allocation. Such problems indicated either inadequate supervision or insufficient knowledge among the work crews responsible for agricultural operations. Irrigation maintenance had clearly declined, with several channels showing blockages, leaks, or inadequate water flow that affected crop development. Such infrastructure problems required immediate attention to prevent more serious agricultural failures. Work crew coordination appeared less efficient than pre-absorption operations, with individuals working independently rather than as integrated teams. The loss of familiar cooperation patterns was reducing productivity while increasing supervision requirements. Craft workshops revealed similar concerns, with production equipment showing signs of inadequate maintenance and work processes appearing less efficient than optimal organization would provide. The problems suggested knowledge gaps or motivation issues among workshop personnel. Production equipment included tools, machinery, and processing systems that required regular maintenance and skilled operation. The decline in equipment condition suggested either inadequate maintenance knowledge or insufficient motivation to perform necessary upkeep. Work processes showed signs of inefficiency that could result from unfamiliarity with optimal procedures, lack of coordination among workers, or absence of experienced supervision. Such problems reduced output while increasing resource consumption and waste. Workshop personnel appeared less engaged with their work than would be expected from individuals with appropriate skills and motivation. The visible lack of enthusiasm suggested morale problems that were affecting productivity and quality. Construction projects showed particular problems with coordination and quality control that suggested supervision issues or inadequate communication between project managers and work crews. Such problems could result in expensive mistakes or delays that would attract negative administrative attention. Coordination problems included misalignment between different work crews, inefficient sequencing of construction activities, and poor communication about project requirements and standards. Such issues indicated supervision difficulties or unclear administrative procedures. Quality control issues included construction work that failed to meet Legion standards for durability, functionality, or appearance. Such problems required expensive corrections, while creating potential safety hazards and reflecting poorly on administrative competence. The supervision problems appeared to result from assignment of administrators who lacked construction experience or technical knowledge to oversee complex projects. The mismatch between administrative requirements and available expertise was creating operational difficulties. Most significantly, Ledger observed that many of the operational problems could be addressed by utilizing the expertise of former community leaders who possessed relevant knowledge but were assigned to inappropriate manual labor positions. The administrative logic was sound, but the practical implementation was wasteful and counterproductive. The operational problems included technical issues, coordination difficulties, and quality control failures that could be resolved by individuals with appropriate experience and knowledge. Such expertise existed within the settlement but was not being utilized effectively. Former community leaders possessed decades of experience with exactly the types of problems that were now affecting settlement operations. Their knowledge of local conditions, proven management capabilities, and understanding of community dynamics could contribute significantly to administrative success. The assignment policies that placed such individuals in manual labor roles served symbolic purposes related to Legion hierarchy and political control, but failed to serve practical objectives related to operational efficiency and productive utilization of human resources. Wasteful utilization of human resources contradicted Legion values that emphasized efficiency, productivity, and practical results. The current policies achieved political compliance while failing to optimize administrative effectiveness and settlement productivity. Counterproductive effects included not only lost opportunities to utilize valuable expertise, but active creation of morale problems that affected broader settlement operations. The policies were generating costs that exceeded their political benefits. During the midday break, Ledger returned to their office to review correspondence from Order, their Legion superior, who had been requesting improved productivity numbers and suggesting increased discipline measures as solutions to the settlement's operational challenges. Order's correspondence reflected institutional pressure for administrative success, measured through statistical indicators that might not capture the complexity of managing civilian populations during political transitions. The emphasis on numerical results could encourage approaches that achieved short-term compliance while creating long-term problems. The requests for improved productivity numbers indicated that superior officers were aware of declining settlement performance and expected prompt administrative action to address the problems. Such pressure created deadlines for implementing effective solutions. Suggestions for increased discipline measures reflected standard Legion approaches to performance problems that emphasized authority and compliance over understanding and motivation. Such methods might achieve immediate results while exacerbating underlying problems. The correspondence emphasized efficiency metrics and institutional compliance rather than sustainable approaches to civilian management that might achieve better long-term results. The institutional focus on measurable outcomes could discourage innovative approaches that required longer time periods to demonstrate effectiveness. Statistical indicators included production quotas, work attendance requirements, and disciplinary compliance measures that could be manipulated through harsh enforcement without addressing underlying causes of performance problems. Such approaches risked creating cycles of punishment and resistance. Order emphasized that settlements must contribute meaningfully to Legion resources or face replacement of their populations with more cooperative civilians from other territories. Such threats created urgency for administrative action, while highlighting the stakes involved in successful settlement management. Population replacement would involve massive disruption, administrative costs, and loss of valuable local knowledge that had been developed over generations. Such measures represented administrative failure rather than effective governance, though they remained available options for dealing with unsuccessful integrations. The threat served both motivational and practical purposes, encouraging administrative innovation while establishing clear consequences for continued operational problems. Ledger understood that their performance was being evaluated against such ultimate measures. Meaningful contribution to Legion resources required not only compliance with administrative directives, but actual improvement in productivity and efficiency that demonstrated the benefits of Legion governance. Such results demanded effective management of civilian populations rather than mere control. Ledger understood that harsh discipline would worsen rather than improve the situation, creating resentment and resistance that would ultimately require more intensive administrative intervention. The psychological dynamics of civilian management required more sophisticated approaches than military discipline. Harsh discipline created adversarial relationships between administrators and civilians that undermined the cooperation necessary for effective operations. Such approaches might achieve temporary compliance while building long-term resistance and reducing voluntary cooperation. Resentment generated by excessive discipline could manifest in reduced work quality, passive resistance, and social withdrawal that would ultimately reduce productivity more than addressing underlying motivation problems. The psychological costs of harsh methods often exceeded their immediate benefits. Resistance to administrative authority could escalate from individual non-compliance to organized opposition that would require military intervention and extensive resources to address. Prevention of such resistance required approaches that maintained civilian cooperation and voluntary compliance. More intensive administrative intervention would involve increased supervision, expanded disciplinary procedures, and additional personnel that would consume resources while reducing administrative efficiency. Such outcomes represented failure of effective civilian management rather than successful governance. Sophisticated approaches to civilian management required understanding of human motivation, social dynamics, and cultural factors that influenced civilian behavior and cooperation. Such knowledge enabled administrative methods that achieved compliance while maintaining productive relationships. However, they needed to show results to maintain their position and protect the settlement from more brutal intervention by other administrators who might not share their concerns about civilian welfare or sustainable management approaches. The pressure to demonstrate results created tension between short-term performance indicators and long-term effectiveness that required careful balance between immediate improvements and sustainable administrative practices. Such balance was essential for protecting both administrative career and civilian welfare. Administrative career considerations included professional reputation, promotion opportunities, and assignment to more desirable positions that depended on demonstrated competence in challenging situations. Success in civilian management could enhance career prospects, while failure could limit future opportunities. Protection of the settlement from more brutal administrators required demonstrating that current approaches were achieving acceptable results, and preventing the assignment of replacement personnel who might employ more harsh methods without regard for civilian welfare or sustainable governance. Alternative administrators might include individuals with purely military backgrounds who lacked experience with civilian management and might apply inappropriate disciplinary approaches that could damage settlement operations while achieving superficial compliance indicators. Civilian welfare considerations included not only immediate comfort and safety, but long-term viability of the community under Legion governance. Sustainable approaches served both humanitarian objectives and practical administrative interests in maintaining productive civilian populations. Sustainable management approaches required balancing institutional requirements with civilian needs in ways that achieved policy objectives while maintaining community functionality and voluntary cooperation. Such approaches were more complex, but ultimately more effective than purely authoritarian methods. The afternoon brought Ledger's most challenging task: developing creative solutions that would satisfy Legion productivity requirements while addressing the underlying causes of settlement problems. This required balancing institutional demands with practical understanding of civilian management. Creative solutions required thinking beyond standard administrative procedures to develop approaches that utilized available resources more effectively, while addressing the specific circumstances that created current problems. Such innovation was necessary for effective civilian management. Legion productivity requirements included specific metrics and deadlines that could not be ignored without career consequences, but might be achieved through various methods that differed in their long-term sustainability and effects on civilian cooperation. Underlying causes of settlement problems included not only administrative procedures, but psychological, social, and cultural factors that influenced civilian behavior and cooperation. Addressing such causes required comprehensive approaches that went beyond mere policy enforcement. Institutional demands reflected Legion policies and priorities that emphasized control, efficiency, and compliance, but might be satisfied through various approaches that differed in their methods while achieving required outcomes. Practical understanding of civilian management required appreciation of human motivation, social dynamics, and cultural factors that influenced how civilian populations responded to administrative policies and procedures. Such knowledge was essential for effective governance. The solution involved creating consultation roles where former leaders could advise on technical matters, while officially remaining in subordinate positions that respected Legion hierarchy. This approach would utilize their expertise while maintaining institutional authority structures. Consultation roles would provide opportunities for former leaders to contribute their knowledge and experience to settlement operations, while maintaining clear subordination to Legion administrative authority. Such arrangements could improve operational effectiveness while respecting institutional requirements. Technical matters included agricultural planning, resource management, construction projects, and community coordination that required specialized knowledge and experience. Former leaders possessed exactly such expertise and could contribute significantly to administrative success. Official subordination to Legion authority would maintain institutional hierarchy while enabling practical utilization of civilian expertise. Such arrangements demonstrated respect for Legion governance, while maximizing administrative effectiveness through appropriate use of available resources. Institutional authority structures would remain intact, while enabling more flexible utilization of human resources that served both administrative efficiency and civilian welfare. Such approaches balanced institutional requirements with practical operational needs. Advisory positions would provide former leaders with meaningful roles that utilized their capabilities while maintaining clear chains of command and administrative responsibility. Such arrangements could improve morale while enhancing operational effectiveness. The approach also included establishing training programs where skilled civilians could teach Legion personnel specialized techniques while reinforcing Legion authority through the instructional relationship. This created value for both parties while maintaining appropriate power structures. Training programs would enable transfer of valuable civilian knowledge to Legion personnel while providing meaningful roles for skilled civilians and demonstrating institutional willingness to learn from local expertise. Such programs could improve operations while building positive relationships. Specialized techniques included agricultural methods, craft skills, and technical knowledge that had been developed through generations of local experience. Such knowledge was valuable for Legion operations, but might be lost without systematic preservation and transfer. Legion personnel could benefit significantly from training in local techniques that would improve their effectiveness in regional operations while providing opportunities for positive interaction with civilian populations. Such training could serve both practical and diplomatic objectives. Instructional relationships would reinforce Legion authority while providing structured opportunities for civilian contribution to institutional operations. The dynamic would maintain hierarchy while enabling meaningful civilian participation in administrative success. Value creation for both parties would include improved operational effectiveness for Legion administration and meaningful roles for civilian experts, creating mutual benefits that encouraged cooperation and voluntary compliance with administrative requirements. The programs also addressed work assignment inefficiencies by redesigning roles to match people's abilities, while ensuring Legion authority was respected. This involved careful analysis of individual capabilities and systematic matching with appropriate responsibilities. Work assignment analysis required comprehensive evaluation of individual skills, experience, and capabilities that could contribute to settlement operations while maintaining institutional requirements for civilian subordination and administrative control. Individual capabilities included not only formal qualifications but practical knowledge, leadership experience, and specialized skills that had been developed through years of community involvement and professional development. Systematic matching of individuals with appropriate responsibilities required balancing civilian expertise with institutional requirements, creating assignments that utilized capabilities while maintaining Legion authority and administrative effectiveness. Respect for Legion authority required clear subordination and appropriate recognition of institutional hierarchy, while enabling practical utilization of civilian knowledge and capabilities that could contribute to administrative success. Efficiency improvements would result from better utilization of human resources, reduction of supervision requirements, and elimination of waste that resulted from inappropriate assignment of individuals with valuable capabilities to unsuitable roles. Implementation of these innovations required careful navigation of Legion bureaucracy and civilian expectations, presenting changes as efficiency improvements rather than humanitarian gestures, while building support among both administrative personnel and civilian populations. Bureaucratic navigation required understanding of institutional procedures, policy requirements, and approval processes that would enable implementation of innovative approaches without violating Legion regulations or attracting negative attention from superior officers. Civilian expectations included desires for meaningful roles, fair treatment, and recognition of their capabilities and contributions. Managing such expectations required diplomatic communication and careful implementation of changes that demonstrated administrative concern for civilian welfare. Efficiency improvements provided institutional justification for innovative approaches, while serving humanitarian objectives that might not be acceptable if presented purely as welfare measures. The dual benefits enabled administrative innovation within institutional constraints. Building support required demonstrating benefits for all parties involved while maintaining clear communication about roles, expectations, and institutional requirements. Such communication was essential for successful implementation of complex administrative changes. Administrative personnel needed to understand how innovations would improve their effectiveness while respecting institutional hierarchy and policy requirements. Such understanding was necessary for gaining cooperation and preventing resistance to changes. Working with Wisdom and other former leaders, Ledger developed systems that served both Legion productivity demands and community welfare needs. The collaboration created mutual respect and shared commitment to settlement success that benefited everyone involved. The collaboration process required careful attention to institutional hierarchy, while enabling meaningful civilian participation in administrative planning and implementation. Such balance was essential for achieving both compliance and effectiveness. Mutual respect developed through recognition of civilian expertise and administrative authority, creating working relationships that served both institutional requirements and practical operational needs. Such respect was foundation for effective civilian management. Shared commitment to settlement success provided common ground that enabled cooperation between Legion administrators and civilian leaders, despite their different positions within institutional hierarchy. Such shared objectives facilitated administrative innovation and civilian cooperation. Benefits for everyone included improved operational effectiveness, better utilization of human resources, enhanced community morale, and reduced administrative burden that created positive outcomes for all parties involved in settlement operations. Settlement operations improved through better coordination, more effective resource utilization, and enhanced cooperation that addressed the underlying causes of productivity problems while maintaining institutional compliance and administrative authority. The changes were gradual and officially portrayed as administrative optimization rather than policy modification, enabling implementation without challenging institutional authority while achieving practical improvements in settlement operations and civilian welfare. Gradual implementation reduced resistance and enabled adjustment of procedures based on experience and feedback, creating sustainable changes that served long-term administrative success while maintaining institutional stability and civilian cooperation. Official portrayal of changes as administrative optimization provided institutional justification while avoiding appearance of policy reversal or acknowledgement of previous administrative inadequacy. Such presentation was essential for maintaining administrative credibility and career protection. Administrative optimization emphasized efficiency, productivity, and institutional effectiveness, rather than humanitarian concerns or civilian welfare, creating acceptable justification for changes that served both practical and welfare objectives through dual-purpose approaches. Policy modification might have suggested institutional failure or administrative inadequacy, creating resistance from superior officers and potential career consequences for administrators who implemented innovative approaches that challenged standard procedures. Practical improvements in settlement operations provided measurable benefits that demonstrated administrative effectiveness while serving civilian welfare objectives that might not be acceptable if presented primarily as humanitarian measures rather than efficiency improvements. Civilian welfare improvements included better utilization of individual capabilities, more meaningful work assignments, and enhanced community morale that contributed to both human dignity and administrative effectiveness through voluntary cooperation and improved productivity. The evening brought Ledger's final administrative tasks, including compilation of reports that would demonstrate improved settlement productivity and civilian compliance, while documenting the innovative approaches that had achieved such results without harsh disciplinary measures. Final administrative tasks included statistical analysis, documentation preparation, and strategic planning that would present settlement operations in ways that satisfied institutional requirements, while protecting the innovations that had achieved administrative success. Report compilation required careful presentation of productivity improvements and compliance indicators that would satisfy superior officers, while avoiding detailed explanation of methods that might be viewed as deviation from standard Legion procedures. Improved settlement productivity would be documented through agricultural output, craft production, and infrastructure maintenance statistics that demonstrated administrative effectiveness while providing evidence for continued support of innovative approaches. Civilian compliance indicators would include work attendance, disciplinary incident reports, and health metrics that showed successful civilian management, while avoiding detailed discussion of the methods employed to achieve such results. Innovation documentation required balance between claiming credit for administrative improvements and avoiding appearance of criticism of standard Legion procedures that might attract negative attention from institutional authorities. Administrative success needed to be presented as a result of competent implementation of Legion policies, rather than departure from institutional approaches, protecting both career interests and continued support for civilian welfare initiatives. Standard Legion procedures provided institutional framework within which innovations could be implemented without appearing to challenge established policies or administrative doctrine that might create resistance from superior officers. The settlement had found sustainable equilibrium between Legion efficiency demands and civilian welfare needs, creating conditions that served both institutional objectives and community viability under the new political arrangements. Sustainable equilibrium required ongoing attention and adjustment to maintain balance between competing demands and changing circumstances, but provided foundation for long-term success in civilian management under Legion governance. Legion efficiency demands included productivity requirements, administrative compliance, and institutional authority that could be satisfied through approaches that also served civilian welfare when implemented with understanding of human motivation and social dynamics. Civilian welfare needs included meaningful work, fair treatment, and community stability that contributed to voluntary cooperation and productive behavior when addressed through appropriate administrative approaches that maintained institutional hierarchy. Institutional objectives were served through improved productivity, reduced administrative burden, and voluntary civilian compliance that demonstrated effective governance while maintaining territorial stability and resource contribution to Legion operations. Community viability under Legion governance required adaptation to new political structures, while preserving essential social functions and individual dignity that enabled psychological adjustment and cooperative behavior under administrative authority. Political arrangements included hierarchical authority structures, administrative control, and institutional compliance requirements that could be implemented through methods that either enhanced or undermined community functionality, depending on administrative approaches. Former leaders now contributed their expertise through officially sanctioned channels, while Legion authorities expressed satisfaction with improved results. The transformation demonstrated that effective civilian management could serve both institutional and humanitarian objectives simultaneously. Former leader contributions included advisory roles, training responsibilities, and consultation services that utilized their knowledge while maintaining clear subordination to Legion administrative authority and institutional hierarchy. Official sanctions provided institutional legitimacy for civilian participation in administrative operations, while maintaining appropriate boundaries and authority structures that preserved Legion governance principles and administrative control. Legion authority satisfaction resulted from measurable improvements in productivity, compliance, and operational effectiveness that demonstrated administrative competence while achieving institutional objectives through innovative civilian management approaches. Improved results included statistical indicators that satisfied institutional requirements while reflecting genuine improvements in settlement operations and civilian cooperation that served both administrative and humanitarian objectives. Effective civilian management required understanding of human motivation, social dynamics, and cultural factors that influenced civilian behavior and cooperation under administrative authority, enabling approaches that achieved compliance while maintaining productive relationships. Institutional objectives included control, efficiency, and resource contribution that could be achieved through various methods that differed in their sustainability and effects on civilian cooperation and voluntary compliance with administrative requirements. Humanitarian objectives included individual dignity, community stability, and fair treatment that served both ethical considerations and practical administrative interests in maintaining productive civilian populations under Legion governance. Simultaneous service of both types of objectives required sophisticated administrative approaches that balanced competing demands while creating conditions that satisfied institutional requirements and civilian needs through mutually beneficial arrangements. The quiet satisfaction of efficient administration combined with meaningful human welfare represented what Ledger considered the essence of effective governance, achieving institutional objectives while preserving the dignity and capabilities of the people being governed. Efficient administration included systematic procedures, accurate documentation, and effective resource utilization that satisfied institutional requirements while providing foundation for civilian welfare initiatives that enhanced both human dignity and administrative effectiveness. Meaningful human welfare involved not only basic needs, but opportunities for individuals to contribute their capabilities and maintain their sense of purpose and identity under new political arrangements that might otherwise create psychological distress and social disruption. Effective governance required balance between authority and service, control and cooperation, efficiency and humanity that created sustainable arrangements benefiting both institutions and civilian populations under administrative responsibility. Institutional objectives of control, productivity, and compliance could be achieved through approaches that enhanced rather than undermined civilian welfare, when implemented with understanding of human motivation and social dynamics that influenced cooperation and voluntary compliance. Civilian dignity required recognition of individual capabilities, fair treatment, and opportunities for meaningful contribution that preserved psychological health and social stability, while serving administrative objectives through voluntary cooperation and productive behavior. The capabilities of governed populations represented valuable resources that could be utilized effectively through appropriate administrative approaches, or wasted through methods that failed to understand human motivation. and social factors that influence civilian cooperation. Preservation of such capabilities served both humanitarian objectives and practical administrative interests in maintaining productive populations that contributed voluntarily to institutional success, rather than requiring extensive supervision and enforcement measures. As sleep approached that evening, Ledger reflected on the transformation of their administrative approach from purely institutional compliance to sophisticated civilian management that achieved better results while serving human welfare objectives that enhanced, rather than undermined, administrative effectiveness. The transformation included development of understanding about human motivation, social dynamics, and cultural factors that influence civilian behavior, enabling administrative approaches that achieved institutional objectives through cooperation rather than coercion. Administrative approach evolution involved learning to balance competing demands and finding methods that served multiple objectives simultaneously, creating sustainable arrangements that benefited both institutions and civilian populations under administrative authority. Institutional compliance remained essential for career protection and continued administrative authority, but could be achieved through methods that enhanced rather than undermined civilian cooperation and voluntary contribution to settlement operations and Legion objectives. Sophisticated civilian management required ongoing attention to human factors, social dynamics, and community needs that influenced cooperation and productivity, enabling administrative success through understanding rather than merely authority and enforcement. Better results included both statistical indicators that satisfied institutional requirements and genuine improvements in civilian welfare and community functionality that created sustainable conditions for long-term administrative success. Human welfare objectives served both ethical considerations and practical administrative interests in maintaining productive populations that contributed voluntarily to institutional success, while preserving individual dignity and community stability under administrative authority. Enhancement of administrative effectiveness through attention to civilian welfare demonstrated that humanitarian considerations and institutional objectives could be mutually reinforcing when implemented through appropriate administrative approaches that understood human motivation and social dynamic. The work would continue with its complex balances and careful innovations, but Ledger had discovered that effective administration served both Caesar's empire and the human communities within it, not through harsh control, but through intelligent governance that recognized the dignity and capabilities of all people under Legion authority. While Ledger settles into sustainable approaches to civilian governance, our tales from Caesar's territory conclude, having explored the quiet complexities of life under authoritarian rule and the small spaces where human dignity persists through understanding, adaptation, and carefully chosen compassion. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.